Good morning, partners, guests, and dear scholars. Welcome back to the Thursday Talks lecture series on socio-political and economic perspectives of the Capability Building on Innovative Leadership for Legislative Staff, or CBILLS program. I am Shane Bilaro from the Development Academy of the Philippines Center for Governance, and I will be your host for the second lecture of the 2025 CBILLS Thursday Talks. To formally start our program, may we ask everyone to please stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiliw, sa manlulupi, kita masisingil, sa lagat at bundok, sa simulan, sa langit mo kamay, ay nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang tinamay. Ang isap ng watawid mo'y nabuhay na nagiging, ang bituin ng araw niya, kailan ang pwede magdidilim, upang ang araw na maraming magsakang, buhay natin sa ating ang iligaya na patay mamagin, malamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seats. Thank you very much. Before we proceed to our sessions for today, allow me the honor to recognize the presence of our distinguished panel of experts and practitioners. First, we have Professor Herman Joseph Kraft of the Department of Political Science, UP Diliman. Next, Attorney J. Batongbakal, Professor and Director at the UP Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea, or IMLAS. Last but not the least, we have Assistant Director General Maria Carmina Acuña of the National Security Council. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of the following guests: from the Development Academy of the Philippines, Mr. Gilbert Lumantao, Director of the Policy Research Office. Our CBILLS scholars from the Senate and House of Representatives who are here with us live at the Oblation Hall at Microtel. From the Appropriations and Finance Group, we have our emerging leaders and managers. From the regular track, we have the emerging leaders, middle managers, and senior leaders. Last but not least, those tuning in on the DAP Facebook and YouTube Live channel, good morning, everyone. Last April 3, 2025, we officially kicked off the 2025 CBILLS program, welcoming both returning and new scholars from both houses of Congress. That special day marked not only the beginning of their learning journey, but also the launch of this year's Thursday Talk series, a cornerstone of their CBILLS experience. Our theme for this year, Building a Secure Nation, Institutional Resilience for Inclusive and Sustainable Future, explores the intersection between governance and resilience, focusing on strategies to secure the country against geopolitical and socio-economic challenges. With that, our first lecture examined the rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape and its wide-ranging implications for the Philippines. Guided by a distinguished panel of experts and practitioners, we reflected on how major power rivalries, shifting alliances and partnerships, and emerging security arrangements are not only transforming the global order, but also directly influencing how we define and safeguard our national interests through the lens of the three pillars of Philippine foreign relations. Recognizing that maritime domain is a critical arena where many global and regional developments converge, we now turn our attention more fully to its complex dimension. Today's discussion delves even deeper into these interconnected issues that shape the country's maritime domain, encompassing legal and political frameworks, security challenges, and governance gaps. And what better way to explore maritime security than with the guidance of some of the country's most respected minds in this area? We surely have a lot in store for you for today, so let us all set sail into today's lecture. To help us navigate today's discussion, we are delighted to welcome back our moderator from the first lecture, Ms. Jonalyn Villasante, House Committee Secretary on Foreign Affairs. The Committee on Foreign Affairs has been instrumental in the deliberation and passage of key legislative measures that define and protect Philippine maritime entitlements and our territorial integrity. These include Republic Act 9522, also known as the Philippine Baselines Law, Republic Act number 12064, the Philippine Maritime Zones Law, and the Republic Act 12065, also known as the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law. Alongside her work in public service, Ms. Villasante brings with her a strong academic background. She holds a Master of Arts in International Relations and a Master of Diplomacy from the Australian National University. She is likewise a Fellow of the Indo-Pacific Security Fellowship at the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies in Hawaii and has completed training on peace building and human security at the United Nations University for Peace in Costa Rica. So without further ado, I would like to call on our moderator, Committee Secretary Jonalyn Villasante. Ma'am, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Shane. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second installment of Thursday Talks, a lecture series organized by the Development Academy of the Philippines under the Capability Building Program on Innovative Leadership for Legislative Staff. It is a pleasure to be back with you, and I'm truly grateful for this opportunity to moderate once again, especially for a session that speaks directly to the urgent and far-reaching issues shaping both our present and our future. Today's lecture, Securing the Seas, Safeguarding Strategic Interests in the Philippine Maritime Domain, steers us right into the core of maritime governance, a vast and dynamic seascape that anchors not only on our national security, but also regional stability. As a nation of over 7,500 islands, the stakes for protecting our maritime space transcend territorial lines. It is about protecting our resources, fortifying our institutions, and ensuring that we remain a respected player in the shifting tides of global politics. Before we dive into today's discussions, let's watch a short video to give us a glimpse of the waters we are about to explore.
The Philippines is host to one of the largest maritime domains in the world, providing the country with key strategic resources along both geopolitical and developmental lines. Sovereignty over Philippine waters and the protection of our natural resources and territorial boundaries is of utmost priority. But challenges in maritime security prevail. Disputes and foreign incursions, especially in contested waters like the West Philippine Sea, are perpetual threats. Maritime security comprises an integral part of Philippine maritime governance efforts, as well as its larger national security policies. And yet, existing frameworks and policies have not adequately shored up the country's position, due in part to fragmented policy actions. A confluence of factors, from the lack of a maritime perspective in policy making, to weak institutional structures and capacity, our maritime spaces towards sovereignty and development. This lecture aims to shed light on the intricate web of challenges and opportunities that underlie our maritime spaces, an advocate for accelerated action and innovation in maritime governance.
Okay, thank you. So again, this forum invites us to take soundings. Where do we currently stand? What policies keep us afloat? What gaps threaten to set us adrift? And most importantly, how do we, as one crew, government and citizens alike, steer collectively and strategically toward calmer, more secure seas? To guide us in this important voyage, we are joined by an esteemed set of experts and practitioners from the government and the academe, whose work continues to serve as our compass in shaping policies, strengthening institutions, and informing national discourse. Today's program is structured into 3 segments: 2 lectures in the morning, followed by a panel discussion in the afternoon. Each segment will conclude with an open forum where your active engagement and questions are most welcome. And now, let us formally begin with our first session, which aims to provide the audience with a comprehensive understanding of the evolving maritime security challenges confronting the Philippines, setting the stage for critical reflection on their implications and the urgency for coordinated future policy responses. To lead us in this first session, it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker, who also happens to be one of my former professors back in UP. Our first speaker is a professor at the Department of Political Science at the University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City. He is concurrently a convener of the Strategic Studies Program of the Center for Integrative and Development Studies at the University of the Philippines System. He has been working on and published articles and book chapters on international relations and international security, especially issues concerning ASEAN, regional security in Southeast Asia, security sector reform, and intrastate conflict in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Herman Joseph Kraft.
Thank you, Jonah, for that introduction. Ika nga ni Jay, kailangan siguraduhin ni Jonah na dated ako. No? Estudyante ko siya noong kabataan niya. So matanda na ako ngayon. I was asked to talk to you about the question of maritime security. I'm glad that it's Jay Batong Bakal who's actually following behind me, which basically means that I don't have to say a lot of things. I'm going to leave a lot of the details to him, right? But having said that, allow me to just proceed with a few things. No? Kung babalikan natin yung video kanina, no? Quite a bit of what was discussed the last time around, no? Reflected on the kinds of weaknesses, no, that our policy processes actually have, no? Fragmented, no, reactive, no, and all of these things, right? And I think given the kind of situation that we're facing geopolitically, no, I think that kind of thinking, no, and processing, no, of how we actually make decisions, no, is a bit putting us in a disadvantageous position. We need to be much more proactive. We need to be much more aware of the situation, no, and so I guess that's where we're actually coming in, no, as far as these talks are actually concerned. Okay? Allow me to start off with some definitions, right? We're academics, no? So, ibig sabihin nun, pagka nag-uumpisa kami sa mga ganitong klaseng lecture, definitions kagad ang papasukan namin. When we talk about maritime security, okay, I guess the conceptualization of it comes from the National Marine Policy of 1994 that we actually have. Okay? Now, not a lot of people are actually aware of this particular document, no, but we do have a National Marine Policy. No? And the interesting thing about it is that it was actually put into place, no, back in 1994. So that means we're talking about, no, Fidel Ramos, no, going into Estrada's administration. No? So medyo, at that particular point in time, we were a bit, no, forward-looking, no, as far as this issue is concerned. There was recognition about the issue of maritime security. 1995, of course, happened, no, and sige nga, i-challenge ko na kayo. Kung pinanganak na kayo, no, or buhay na kayo noong 1995, ang matatandaan ninyo doon, no, that was the year when we had Mischief Reef, right? No, the discovery of huts, no, on Mischief Reef, no, built by the Chinese, okay, which they said were fishermen's huts, no, that was intended to be a shelter, no, in the event of storms, no, actually catching them, right? That was our first encounter with China. That was our first recognition, no, that the South China Sea was no longer, the South China Sea issue, no, was no longer something that we could just sweep under the rug, no. Prior to that, okay, the disputes, no, as far as the South China Sea was concerned, was there, right? But most of the countries that were involved in that dispute, which I will be discussing later on, no, in fact, I won't say let bygones be bygones, but the fact was, you know, relations were still maintained, right? The dispute itself did not define, no, interstate relations, no, amongst the different countries that were actually involved in the dispute. Okay, despite the fact that at that time China was already one of the claimants, no, that was involved in the dispute. But maritime security, no, came to be defined, no, in this particular way. Okay, so you'll see in the slide, no, what the National Marine Policy actually says. It is a state in which the country's marine assets, no, practices, territorial integrity, and coastal peace and order are protected, conserved, preserved, and enhanced. No? Marine Policy, no, 8 November 1995. The interesting thing about this particular definition of what maritime security is, no, is that if you are familiar with the national security policy that we have right now, right, the wording of this maritime security, no, definition is in fact consistent with the wording of our definition of national security, no, in the national security policy. Okay? So ang naiiba lang, of course, is the focus on maritime, no, issues here. Okay, but the wording itself, right? The idea that it is a state, countries, assets, no, practices, no, territorial integrity, all of these things are actually contained in the national security policy, right? So parang tatako, so yung national security policy ba kinopya lang itong definition na ito ng national maritime security? Actually, hindi po, right? That definition of national security already existed prior, except that it was never published. Okay? Yung national security policy natin, no, the first one that came out in public, no, was actually brought out by the Aquino administration, right? So prior to that, we already had a national security policy, but it was internal to, no, the agencies of government, right? So that definition of national security already existed. Okay? So hindi kataka-taka na yung definition natin ng marine, ng maritime security, no, is actually consistent with the notion of what national security is. Okay? But the interesting thing here is this. Take a look at the elements that they actually have there, right? The idea of maritime security actually reflected three main pillars, if you will. Okay? One was on marine assets and maritime practices. No? Ang pagbintangan po ninyo dito sa mga ganitong klaseng conceptualization, si J. Batong Bakal, sa kanya ko na kopya ito. No? So, marine assets and maritime practices, no? Which covers issues like environmental protection, no? Mariner safety, no? So yung mga seamen natin, no? Fisheries management and resource management. Okay? Then secondly, territorial integrity and national sovereignty, which actually involves naval operations, no, and deterrence. Okay? Then of course, coastal peace and order, counterterrorism, and law enforcement. Ano lang po isang historical note lang po. This is 1994, right? Ang terrorism po as a global issue, no, emerged in 2001, right? After 9/11, right? So in other words, we were already concerned about terrorism even back then, right? So hindi pa siya global issue, pero meron ka ng concern about, no, the issue of terrorism, no, and how it actually spilled over, no, into the maritime domain. Okay? For purposes of this lecture or of this talk, no, parang ang ano naman ng lecture. For purposes of this talk, no, I'll focus on bullet point number 2, no, and the first one, right? So territorial integrity and national sovereignty, no, and marine assets and maritime practices. Okay? And the main reason why I'll focus on those two, no, is number one, territorial integrity and national sovereignty seems to be the driving force right now of our recognition, no, of the need to actually look into maritime security. Right? Bakit? West Philippine Sea. Diba? So kumbaga, prior to this, and in the National Security Council, they have a term. They call it sea blindness. Right? Sea blindness means that we are not so much unaware, but we ignore, no, the seas, basically. Right? When we make policies, when we take a look at where we're going with our different agendas, no, the tendency is to look at the land, right? Hindi dagat, no. The interesting thing here, no, is that we are an archipelago, right? So which means that yung mga kalupaan natin, no, napapaligiran ng dagat, right? And yet, parang ang tingin natin sa dagat, parang siya lang yung tatawirin natin para makapunta doon sa susunod na isla, right? Rather than to look at it as part of our territory, the resources that we have, no, and things that we can actually exploit, right? So, this definition of maritime security becomes important, right? Because we're now looking at, no, the seas, no, as part of our territory, no, as a source of our economic resources, no, and things that actually and something that actually connects us, right? So that we talk about it now in terms of the idea of territorial integrity, no, and sovereignty. Now, why is this important? Okay, precisely because when we talk about the idea of maritime security, the first thing that comes to mind, I think, sa atin, yung image na pumapasok sa atin, no, are Chinese Coast Guard ships water cannoning our own ships, right? Fishing boats, no, our Philippine Coast Guard ships, no, and so on, right? That's the impression that we have. The bigger picture, no, is of course, no, the emerging dominance of, or the rise of China as a dominant actor, no, within the region. This was probably something that Charmaine Willoughby talked to you about before, no, when she was talking about geopolitics, right? And here, we're actually looking at this in terms of precisely this question of maritime security. No? So, tulad sinabi ko, no, I'll focus primarily on, I'll start with bullet point number 2, no, on territorial integrity, okay, and then bullet point number 1, okay. So, this picture, no, this is a picture, no, of the day when President Marcos actually signed into law, no, 2 bills, okay. Both of them quite important, no, as far as the idea of our territory is actually concerned, no, and of course the idea of maritime security. Okay, the first bill, no, is Republic, or when signed into law, no, Republic Act 12064, okay, which is known as the Philippine Maritime Zones Bill, Maritime Zones Act, no, and Republic Act 12065, no, which is the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. Both were signed, no, on November 8, 2024, so just a few months ago, right? Why are these 2 laws actually important? Because to a large extent, no, and many of you here, no, are actually aware of the clamor, no, for us to be able to define what our baselines are, what our maritime zones are, no, and consequently, no, the issue of our sea lanes, no, as an archipelago, no. So kumbaga, matagal na itong pinag-uusapan, no, matagal nang nagiging issue ito, no, and as far as the legislature is actually concerned, no, this was something that people in the executive, particularly in the security sector, no, have been pushing, because it allows us to define precisely what our territory is, right? No, particularly yung maritime territory natin, no. So, pag pinag-uusapan natin yung maritime security, and we look at it in terms of the country's marine assets, maritime practices, territorial integrity, and coastal peace and order are protected, conserved, and preserved, and enhanced, no? Ang tanong kasi doon is, ano yung pinoprotektahan natin? No? Klaro na ba yun para sa atin? Right? And it's not clear only in terms of us knowing what our territory is, no, but rather clear in terms of it being consistent, no, with international law, and therefore, no, something that other countries actually have to recognize, no. And so these 2 laws actually put into place, no, makes very clear, no, what exactly it is that we are trying to secure when we talk about maritime security, no. The aspects of this, no, of these two laws, right? So, what is it that we have, no? With RA 12064, okay, what it does is it actually defines, no, very clearly, no, what our internal waters are, our archipelagic waters, no, the territorial sea that we have, no. Kung tatanong nyo sa akin anong territorial sea, tanong nyo na lang si Jay mamaya pagka ano, no. But these are really contiguous waters, no, along our seas, our coastlines, no, that are part of our territory. Actually, ito yung isang importante dito na parang yung territorial waters, no, parang lupa yan, right? No, we exercise sovereignty over those waters, no. And then we start talking about something else, right? The contiguous zone, the exclusive economic zone, no, and the continental shelf, over which we do not, no, let's be clear about things, we don't exercise sovereignty over these areas, right? But rather what we actually have are sovereign rights, no? Which, simply put, no, means na may first dibs tayo on the resources that are actually there. Anybody else who actually comes in, no, to try to actually mine, fish, whatever, no, must necessarily have the permission of the Philippine government first, right? So parang bago sila, tayo muna. Parang ganun yung usapan natin. So if we're talking about resources that are on the seabed, for instance, no, like for instance oil, no, fossil fuels, no, we should have, no, prior rights, not to actually access those before anybody else actually comes in, right? So that's basically what sovereign rights are. Okay. The interesting thing here, no, is that in creating the Maritime Zones Act, no, basically what we have now is a clear definition from our perspective, a legal definition, no, of what we say, no, is the area over which we actually have sovereignty, no, and exercise sovereign rights over. Okay? Ang importante dito, no, is yung dalawang sumusunod na bullet points, no. Jonah talked about economic resources that we actually have, right? There are vast natural and marine resources, no, in these waters, okay? And going back to sea blindness, no, when we talk about, siguro one of the things that you are now constantly hearing, no, is the idea of the blue economy, right? Parang, what is the blue economy? Parang bakit may blue, right? Because it basically refers to, no, the economy that can be driven, no, by marine resources, as opposed to the green economy, which is terrestrial, right? So, things that have to do with manufacturing, agriculture, ito yung part noong green economy natin. The funny thing here is that we tend to emphasize that, right? That aspect of our economy, no? Dito pumapasok yung konsepto ng sea blindness, no? Na parang we have all of these resources, no, in the maritime domains, no, and yet we don't really take advantage of it. We take it for granted, right? We don't develop, no, the kinds of industries that can actually come out of this, no. Pinapabayaan lang natin yung for those industries to develop naturally, so to speak, right? No, we never really had the government look at things, no, so that it can invest, no, in what the blue economy might be, right? And yet, precisely because of the extent of what is there, no, it can actually be a driver of economic growth, no, and sustainable development for the Philippines, right? Dr. Rodora Azanza of the Marine Science Institute, no, at UP, basically in a study, a continuing study, no, said in 2022 that if we're going to look at, no, the not the potential, but what the value of the resources that are actually in our maritime domains, no, in 2022 it was valued at around $6 trillion, right? No, that's a fairly significant and potential ito, hindi ito yung realized, no? So kumbaga, if we develop, no, that blue economy, right, there's a huge amount of contribution that it can actually make, no, to the strengthening of our economy, right? So wala pa pong just to be clear, okay, just because we have the Maritime Zones Act, no, NAMRIA has not yet come out with a map, right? An official map of what this what these maritime domains are, no? So hinihintay pa natin yung official maps na lumabas. Pero just based on some general ideas, no, the map that I have there, no, on the right side, no, might actually approximate what it is that we're talking about in terms of what the maritime zones are of the Philippines. Kung papansinin po ninyo, no, to the west, no, is that entire area in the South China Sea that we refer to as the West Philippine Sea, right? No, but a large part of that domain, no, is includes what we refer to as our exclusive economic zone. Okay? The interesting thing about this, no, is that ang napapansin natin talaga is the area to the west, right? No, there's a constant reminder because of our relationship with the things that happen, no, with the Chinese Coast Guard, no, and their maritime militia, no. We're very much aware of the western part of our maritime domains. We don't really have the same kind of awareness, if you will, no, with the eastern side, right? No, the one that is on the Pacific side, right? And yet that has tremendous potential as well, right? That's where the Philippine rice is, no? And at the same time, no, these are deep waters, no? So yung fishery resources na pwede maano dyan, no, are actually, mas nahihirapan yung mga mangingisda natin na pumunta dyan, no, kasi nga mas malalalim yung tubig dyan, mas matataas yung alon, no, mas madali para sa kanila na mangisda doon sa western side, no. And yet the resources that are there, no, are again, no, something that we can actually take advantage of, take a look at, no, and perhaps exploit, no, to the best that we can. Like I said, no, that study that the UP Marine Science Institute actually does, no, indicates, no, approximates how much, what the potential is, no, as far as what we can actually gain economically, no, if we do invest, no, in our maritime domains. Okay. The other thing that the Maritime Zones Act does, no, is that it makes consistent, no, or it's actually included, no, and made part of our national law, no, the arbitral award that came out, no, on July 12, no, 2016. Okay, 3 years prior to this date, no, our government actually submitted, no, to The Hague, no, a claim, or at least an inquiry, no, to arbitrate, no, on certain things, no, to clarify certain things, no, that we were actually interested in, no, that was at the heart of our of the issues that we had with China. I keep on referring to China, but I'll talk about that later on. Okay, but the important thing about the arbitral award, no, is that the elements there are now localized, if you will. They're now part of our national laws. No, the things that are that the court actually came out with, no, is now our basis, no, for making these legal arrangements, no, as far as the maritime zones are actually concerned. Okay. This map, no, illustrates what the archipelagic sea lanes law actually puts together. No, what the archipelagic sea lanes law actually does is it defines what sea lanes, no, can be utilized, okay, for international passage, no, that's open to international passage by different by different ships, no, particularly foreign ships or foreign flagged ships. Okay, the interesting thing about it is this: in the archipelagic sea lanes law, okay, it defines those 3 red lines, okay, as the passages where foreign ships or ships can actually pass through. Okay, so to the north you have the Balintang Channel, no. To the south, no, you have the Celebes Sibutu passage, okay, and then the one that crosses northwards, no, and then moves towards the east, no, is of course between Mindoro and Palawan. Okay, these are the 3 passages that the ASL actually defines, no, as the places where ships can actually pass through, right? Without having to, I'm not really too sure if they need to ask for permission, no? But the thing there is that this is where they're allowed to pass. So, ano yung mga green lines na yan na naka-indicate dyan? These are also passageways. Okay? And the reason that they are actually indicated there is that some foreign countries, no, are actually saying that these should also be opened up, right, for international shipping. Okay? Tayo naman, sinasabi natin, hindi, nililimitahan lang natin doon sa 3, no, for security purposes, right? Otherwise, take a look at it, right? If you allow ships to pass through all of those passages, no, they'll be all over the Philippines, right? No? So, ang problema natin is how do we keep track of all of them, right? And this goes back to the issues that Dr. Willoughby was actually pointing to in terms of capabilities, no, and the lack of interagency cooperation that actually takes place, right? But the point here is the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law, no, tries to limit, no, where it is that foreign ships can actually pass, no, on Philippine waters. Okay. Not all the passages are open or should not be open, no? Nililimitahan natin kung saan sila pwede dumaan, no? Precisely because we want to control, okay, our own territory. We want to know who it is that can actually pass through these waters. Okay? So, dito pumapasok yung pinag-uusapan natin kanina, no, about what it is that when we talk about maritime security, no, and the element is about sovereignty, no, these are where you can see us trying to assert, no, our powers to actually to assert, no, yung territorial integrity natin, no, hindi basta-basta sino na lang ang pwede dumaan kung saan-saan, no. At the same time, no, ay yung idea of control, right, that we try to direct where it is that they can actually pass through. Okay, so these are the 2 contemporary, or at least the most contemporary laws, no, and clearly, no, the legislature is very much involved, no, in the process of putting those laws together, no, and then eventually seeing them signed, no, by the president. Okay, and like I said, the important thing about those laws, no, is that they actually put into place, no, the necessary clarification, no, as to what we define to be our maritime zones, no, and therefore our maritime domains, no, and territory, okay, and then the attempt on our part to actually control, no, to assert control, no, over those maritime domains, especially in terms of passageways, no, who it is that can actually pass through where, okay. Now, take note, this is not something that's just happening, no, in the context of the Philippines, right? The way that we actually look at these developments, no, as far as our maritime security is concerned, there's a context, no, about it, no? And that context, no, is the fact that this region, right, is actually very much at the, shall we say, crossroads, if you will, no, of movement, right? No, on your left upper quadrant, for instance, no, is a map which actually shows, no, the amount of trade that, or at least the passageway of trade, no, that takes place, no, that crosses into the Malacca Strait, no, moves into Northeast Asia, no, and then of course the possibility of it moving into the Pacific. Okay. Make no bones about it. We're talking about $3.36 trillion of goods, no, that actually passes through there. Okay? So, and kung pinag-uusapan lang natin ang oil at saka liquid petroleum, for instance, no, ang mga apektado dyan, no, are our largest trading countries, no, in Northeast Asia, right? South Korea, Japan, China, right? So no wonder the area is actually quite important in terms of who has influence over it, right? No, upper the right upper quadrant, for instance, no, illustrates air traffic, right? Kaya magulo, no? Kasi madaming eroplano na dumadaan over the area. So that illustrates to you, no, just how important the region is in terms of, okay, the movement of peoples, no, through air traffic, no, and goods probably, no, pero mas ano talaga dito, tao, no. So madaming gumagalaw dito. Malaysia and Thailand are amongst the countries with the largest tourist industries, actually, right? In terms of the millions of people that actually travel there, no, every year, right? Natutuwa na tayo na pag umabot tayo ng 4 or 5 million tourists, halimbawa, right? Malaysia and Thailand easily get 20 million a year, easily, right? No. So parang might be something that we might aspire to, no, in terms of engagement, in terms of engaging. No? The lower left quadrant, no, is a picture of basically it's fisheries. Okay? So yung light-colored na coastal areas, no, that is where there's a heavy concentration of fishing activities. Okay? So kung papansin niyo do sa bandang gitna, hindi masyado, no, but increasingly hindi na rin lumalaki na rin yung fishing activities diyan, no? But what this basically says, no, and this will be something that I will also be referring to later on, no, is that those coastal areas are heavily overfished already, right? So, which basically means that more and more fishing activities are taking place in the, no, center, right? Or for those that have huge fishing fleets, no, they've gone beyond the South China Sea and moved into the South Pacific, for instance, right? Pero ang punto dito ay that picture actually shows to us, no, just how heavy, no, fishing activities are and the potential that it has in terms of fish stocks, no, in the region. Okay, the lower right hand slide actually shows, no, where potential petroleum and mineral resources are in the South China Sea, right? So kung papansinin natin, no, do sa may Palawan area, inside the Sulu Sea, no, maraming minerals na pwede tayong makita dyan. Again, this goes back to the question of, no, how much attention we've actually given to, no, the maritime domain in terms of its economic potentials and possibilities, right? But it's there, right? This is a picture of, hindi ito bagong issue, no? I guess it's really more of bagong nakikilalang issue. Okay? This is a picture of, or at least an imagination of where our submarine cables are, right? How they crisscross the South China Sea and where they actually enter into the Philippines, right? Bagong vulnerability, or hindi siya bagong vulnerability, pero bago natin kinikilala na vulnerable spot natin ito, right? Because of things that have happened in the Baltic Sea, right? You might have read about how Russian ships just passing over certain parts of the Baltic, no, somehow snagged, no, submarine cables and cut them, right? Unintentionally or whatever, right? So, ibig sabihin nun, no, if that can happen there, okay, in the Baltic, then it's also something that we should actually be worried about, no, regarding yung ability natin to protect, right? So, kita nyo, when we talk about, no, securing our maritime domains, we're not just talking about the waters, right? Seabeds are also important as well, no? And dito, no, I mean, hindi ko alam kung natatandaan nyo, there was this time several years ago, no, when suddenly internet in the Philippines just collapsed, no, because somehow may nangyari sa mga connections natin, no, with our cables. It took some time before those things were actually fixed, right? So, ang problema natin ngayon dito is that because of our dependence on our gadgets, for instance, no, if something actually happens to those cables, okay, then even to the level of the individual, maapektuhan tayo nito, right? So the vulnerability, we're not just talking about national vulnerabilities, no, but we're talking about vulnerabilities that will affect us directly as individuals, right? So parang ito ay isang bagay na kailangan pag-isipan, no? What kinds of capabilities do we need to develop in order to be able to protect, no, our seabeds, no, particularly when it comes to those submarine cables. Okay. Now you might say, why are we talking about all of these issues, no, as vulnerabilities? Simply because, no, the South China Sea is an area of dispute, right? Several countries are actually involved, no, in that dispute, no. The Philippines is just one of them, okay? Vietnam is another one, Malaysia, Brunei, no, and of course, Vietnam and China, right? Indonesia is not directly involved because it doesn't actually have a claim, no, in the South China Sea itself, but because of the Natuna Islands, no, and they are islands, no, they generate, no, an exclusive economic zone, no, which basically overlaps, no, with the South China Sea, no. So language becomes important. It's actually interesting, no, that prior to President Prabowo in Indonesia actually coming to power, Indonesia never recognized, no, and their communiques never said anything about a dispute with China, right, over the South China Sea or over the Natuna Islands or the waters around the Natuna Islands. No, President Prabowo, in one of his speeches, no, actually talked about a dispute, no, between Indonesia and China, which basically changed the nature, no, of that relationship that they had with China as far as the South China Sea is concerned, right? So kung dati sinasabi ng Indonesia, walang dispute, right? Wala kaming kinikilalang issue with China, no? Ngayon biglang officially the president himself, no, has said something to that effect, right? Which of course the Chinese have jumped on, no? So that yung kanilang ano ngayon ay, oh, may dispute. So nire-recognize ninyo na meron kaming claim doon sa area na yon, right? No, language is important, no, when it comes to these kinds of things, okay? But the point here is that different countries around the region actually have competing claims. You're all familiar with that, no? And the implications there, no, has to do now with the question of to what extent are we in a position to assert our own claims, our own positions, no, and what it is that we need to do in order to be able to protect, no, those positions. Okay. This is a map which illustrates, no. So sinabi ko sa inyo na ang tendency natin is to focus on land, right? And in fact, what this map shows, no, is where the different countries have, no, soldiers outposts, no, in different land features, no, in the South China Sea. Kung papansinin ninyo at magbibilang kayo, I suggest don't, no. Pero kung magbibilang kayo, may pinakamaraming mga hawak na mga land features is actually Vietnam. It's not China, right? No. And ito secret ha. Pag pinag-uusapan natin ang reclamation, no? Nasa isip natin lagi China, right? In fact, it's Vietnam that's doing a lot of reclamation now. Okay? No. Don't get me wrong, hindi ako nanggugulo, no? Na sinasabi ko sa inyo na tutukan ninyo ang Vietnam of China, no? But I'm just saying that, no, in fact, there are a lot of things that are going on, no, in the South China Sea, no, that is not just about China. Okay? Yung isang doon, no? It just so happens that we're on the same side as Vietnam when it comes to China, right? Yun yung pinaka doon. Okay? But don't get me wrong. Okay? If you're talking about artificial islands, no, the artificial islands built by the Chinese are still the largest. Okay? If you're talking about damage that's actually been made, no, by these land reclamations, no, the Chinese have actually done more damage, right, to the marine environment, no, than the Vietnamese. Okay? Hindi ko alam kung may damage doon sa marine environment dahil kinakalawang na yung Sierra Madre doon sa Ayungin Shoal, no? So that might be something that we need to think about as well, no? But see, if you take a look at it, no, there has been an increase in terms of presence, right, in the islands there. But the islands are meant to actually assert presence also, no, over the maritime domains, right? The artificial islands of China, interestingly enough, actually makes their Coast Guard more capable of longer patrols, no, farther patrols, no, in the South China Sea than they were before. Kung manggagaling sila ng Hainan Island, mas malayo yung kanilang tatahakin na the amount of time that they actually need to sail, no, into the disputed areas, and they can only stay for, no, a few days, right? But with those artificial islands, no, then they can actually support, no, a more constant presence, no, in the area. No, kaya wag kayo masyadong tataka bakit parang hindi nawawalan ng Chinese Coast Guard ships or ng mga maritime militia doon. That's facilitated by the fact that they do have, no, fully equipped, no, and fully equipped artificial islands, no, in the area that can support, okay, their maritime presence. Okay? Pero ang ano nga natin dito ay, ang tendency natin ay tinitingnan natin yung mga bato-bato na nasa tubig. Hindi masyado yung tubig mismo. Right? And I think when we talk about all of these things, no, one of the things that we probably need to pay attention to is how much the waters are becoming more and more important. Right? No? That sea blindness should no longer be, no, something that we should be afflicted with. Right? So, kumbaga, more attention should and more thinking should actually go into what can we do to promote the blue economy, right? At this point in time. Yes, that's J Batong Bakal, but when I use this slide, I say that, you know, usually it's because J is the one who's up here saying these things, right? But not just Jay, but a number of observers have actually talked about the idea of how much the situation, no, the geopolitical situation in the maritime domain itself, no, is changing the nature of relationships, no, around the South China Sea. And in our particular case, no, it makes us more vulnerable, no, to pressures. Okay? What the Chinese have done, like I said, no, with those artificial islands, they're more capable of longer patrols, no, of being able to project their presence, no, farther and longer, no, into the maritime domains that we actually have. Okay? And they have been encroaching, no, more closely, no, with our towards our territorial waters. So hindi lang yung EEZ na natin ang inaano nila, right? There have been a number of reports already of Chinese Coast Guard ships, no, especially yung monster ship na yon, no, actually sailing past, no, our coastal areas. Nakikita sila ng mga tao na nando sa that are actually on the coast on the coasts, no, nando sa beach areas, no. So in other words, no, they are asserting their presence, no, and their claims, no. The danger here is that our own policy now, no, is to confront them, and I'll get into that later on, right? So the danger there is that in doing so, no, we actually increase the possibility, we and they increase the possibility of unforeseen events, right? No, actually, hindi na sila unforeseen. Kung minsan, intentional na sila, no? Rammings, no, of ships, no? That incident in June of last year, where one of our Navy personnel actually lost a thumb, right? But see, the danger with these kinds of events, no? Kumbaga, hindi putukan ito, no? But it could easily slide into misunderstandings, no? And then, of course, unintended consequences, right? Ang nakakatakot kasi dito, no, is how these kinds of accidents, no, can slide into escalating situation, no, na kung saan both sides might not be able to back off, no, and so we face a situation where both sides might need to, no, escalate, right? So yun yung concern natin dito. How do we make sure that we're able to assert our sovereignty, no, but at the same time, no, make sure that there's space where we can hold off, no, make sure that there is no escalation of the situation, okay? Even more so, because China has undertaken a policy, no, and you've heard this, I'm sure, no, where their assertiveness, no, is based on actions, no, that are short of, okay, or below, as the slide shows, no, below the threshold of armed organized violence, right? What we refer to as gray zone tactics, right? Actually, gray zone tactics can include quite a number of things, right? Cyber attacks, no, propaganda and political warfare. No, the idea behind it, no, is to actually try to weaken, no, the resolve of the country that's actually being targeted. Okay. No, more than the Philippines, it's Taiwan, right? That has actually attracted this kind of attention from China. No, so mas sila yung nakaka-experience ng what we refer to as gray zone operations. But what they experience, we also experience, maybe at a lower scale, right? No, but the point here is that the express objectives, no, is for China to actually claim, no, to disputed waterways, no, and in the case of Taiwan, no, to assert its claim, no, to Taiwan itself, right? Diba? Parang recently there's this report of China and Taiwan clashing over historical narratives, right? Because China doesn't like being described as being a potential invader, right? Ang ano kasi ng China is that paano namin i-invade ang teritoryo namin, right? Which is how they see Taiwan, right? But the more important aspect of gray zone operations, no, is how they actually seek to undermine public support, basically to weaken confidence, no, in governments, right? And that includes us. When China actually conducts these kinds of activities, no, it's a way of planting into the minds of the Philippine public, no, whether or not we are in a position to actually, no, oppose, no, to assert our own claims, no, and position ourselves, no, in juxtaposition to China, Right? So, kaya ngayon is sa mga pinag-uusapan lagi is kailangan ng strategic communication na sa mga tao, no, na para isabihin natin kung ano yung position natin, no, as far as this issue is concerned, right? So that we don't have to actually be placed in a situation na kung saan people will simply say, hindi naman natin kayang kalabanin ng China, bakit pa tayo, no, humaharap sa kanila, right? Which of course is the question, so anong gagawin natin, no? But the most important thing, I think, no, is that these kinds of tactics, no, are meant to actually change, right, what we consider to be normal, right? What is the normal situation right now? So kung binabago nila yung pananaw, no, as to what is normal, right? And in that way, actually, to have control over what the narrative is. Okay? So that's one thing that we need to be quite aware of. No? Going back to what Dr. Willoughby actually said before, no? One of the things that we need is actually a clarification on what our strategic objectives are. Right? When we talk about the idea of peace and stability, no? When we talk about the idea of trying to seek, no, a favorable situation, no, as far as the situation the maritime domain is concerned. Now, what is that, right? It's important for us to have a clear idea, no, and when I say us, no, the Philippine government in general, but we're really talking about the idea of a consensus, no, among Filipinos, no, as to what is the strategic objective, no, of what we intend to do as far as these maritime domains are concerned. Okay, clearly, what we don't want to happen, no, is a slide into conflict, right? What we want to make sure of is that when we actually engage in these kinds of activities, no, it's not intended to escalate the situation. Still, the situation that we're facing is that, no, is that we're faced with what we might refer to, or what the National Maritime Council, no, in the Philippines has referred to as escalatory activities on the part of China. No, so parang natin, we're reacting, which is not really a good thing, no, by itself. No, we're reacting to the activities of China. No, we're placed in a situation. No, so this is when we talk about strategic stability. No, it is looking at what kind of international situation are we interested in, no, which is not conducive to an outbreak of war, right? So parang natin i-navigate yung relationships natin, not just with China, no, but across the region, right? So that what we do, no, what we support is not something that actually leads to that slide, no, into conflict, for instance. So ano yung pwede natin gawin, no, that and what is it that we should actually try to aspire to achieve in this context, right? No? So, Ayungin Shoal, like I said, I am not too sure to what extent we are causing environmental damage because of the rust, no, in the Sierra Madre. But this has been, no, the core, no, of our issues with China, no, of our concerns, no. And para kung isipin ninyo, no, kung babalikan ko yung definition at saka yung elements ng maritime security, right? The interesting thing here is that territorial integrity and national sovereignty has been at the forefront of how we now recognize, right, maritime security. No, so kumbaga, nagiging aware tayo about maritime security, about our maritime domains, precisely because, no, of these things that are actually going on. And Ayungin Shoal was at the forefront of all of that. Okay? Now, we have an agreement with China. Pwede na tayong magpadala ng mga ng resupply missions, no, to Ayungin Shoal, no, and the promise that they will not be harassed anymore, right? And we've taken advantage of that, no, because we've actually sent together with those resupply missions, no, or on those resupply missions, no, equipment, no, and supplies that are intended to help rehabilitate, no, some parts of the Sierra Madre, so that parang mababawasan natin yung concern natin na baka bigla na lang mag-collapse yung Sierra Madre, no? So in other words, hindi na yung Ayungin Shoal ang nagiging ano natin. So does that mean that China is actually mellowed, right? Have they been deterred? No, this is another term, deterrence. No, what does deterrence mean? We use the term quite often, right? Deterrence actually refers to, of course, an action on the part of one actor that is intended to actually make the other actor, no, or to make the other actor think twice about what they want to do. There's in the literature international relations, there's a differentiation between deterrence and compellence. Compellence is actually you force them to do something, right? Deterrence means, no, by your actions, no, they think twice about, no, what it is that they are actually going to do, right? Pero ang ano natin is, have they changed, no, in terms of their behavior, right? Remember I talked about the incident on in June of 2024, right, where that Navy personnel actually lost a thumb. After that, that became the prompting, no, for the agreement, no, as far as Ayungin Shoal is concerned. But that has not changed their behavior in other parts of, no, of the West Philippine Sea, right? In fact, Hubo, who is a scholar in the South China Sea Probing Institute, no, is basically in this quote saying that it's the same, right? China is not going to change its policies, right? So they expect that there will still be a continuation of, no, the situation that we're facing right now. Okay? Medyo bibilisan ko na kasi 32 seconds na lang po. Ayaw. Nina. Yeah, okay. There you go. So we've actually, one of the things that we've done is we've chosen to rename, no? So kumbaga hindi na gray zone tactics ang tinatawag natin sa ginagawa ng China. We now talk about them as illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive, no, tactics. Why is ICAD a better term? No, the reasoning or the rationale behind it is that you emphasize, when you talk about gray zone tactics, gray, no, basically the idea is that it's somewhere in between white and black, right? So kumbaga hazy siya, no? Ang problema kasi pag hazy, parang wala kang pwedeng gawin, right? Kung white or black, alam mo kung ano. Kung binary, alam mo yung gagawin mo. No, but with gray areas, you're not really too sure. So, in talking about it as ICAD, ang na-emphasize ngayon is yung illegal, right? No? The idea is that these are illegal activities and therefore we should actually check China and the international community should check China in terms of what it's actually doing. Okay? There are still instances of water cannoning, no? Rammings, no? Which led to our ships actually being damaged, okay, in Escoda Shoal, right? And then, of course, water cannons, no, around Scarborough Shoal, no, in December of 2024. Okay. We've also decided that we are going to emphasize, no, more deterrence approaches, no, through the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept. No, three-pronged maritime defense strategy, right? But note, no, it's defense, right? So again, it goes back to the idea of deterrence. It goes back to the idea that when we talk about maritime security, nakatutok tayo doon sa defense side ng mga bagay-bagay. no? And so ang ano natin dito is we increase our presence, no? We modernize our equipment in order to create more deterrence, no? And then we leverage our alliances. In fact, we strengthen, no? That's why we now have a number of new security arrangements, no, with partners. Dati partners na natin sila pero it was informal, right? Now we have, no, the RAA with Japan, no, a SOGFA with New Zealand, no. We're also negotiating. We have something with we have a SOFA with Germany, no, and we're negotiating something with France now, no. So we are actually diversifying, no, our alliances and partnerships, no. So ang ano ngayon natin dito ay yun nga, deterrence, no, diplomatic dialogues, no, as well as the use of law, right? If again, you might be familiar with the current discussions, no, on whether we should actually bring China to court on issues that have to do with environmental damages, for instance, right? Let me go very quickly. Now, the point about these other slides is that all of this is taking place, no, not in isolation from, no, geopolitical developments, right? The competition between China and the United States is in fact making things harder, right, for us, okay, as far as this is actually concerned. But here is the other bullet point, right? So kung pinag-uusapan natin kanina yung emphasis on territorial integrity, no, on marine assets and marine practices, right? The issues that actually come out are environmental ones, right? So, kung titingnan natin, no, we have, here we talk about fishery resources, no, and the kinds of resources that are actually available, no? And what are the things that we actually face? Coral reef degradation, right? And for anybody who has an inkling of marine biology, no, corals are very important, no, as far as fisheries is actually concerned, right? Basically, they are key to, no, the to life, no, underwater, right? So, meron ka nung bleaching, meron ka nung mga crush na mga corals, no, things that are actually being seen. In fact, yung crushed corals, ang ano dyan, pinagbintangan natin ng China about it, right? But marine scientists have actually said, can't say if it was China, right? The contention of our scientists is that we do, through our own neglect, no, we do as much damage, right, to the environment, no, in the West Philippine Sea, no, as what we claim the Chinese actually do, right? So in other words, tayo mismo, balikan sa ano, yung lack of enforcement, no, of our laws, right? So less than 5%, no, of our coral cover is actually considered to be in excellent condition. If I'm not mistaken, ang gold standard daw natin is Tubataha Reef, right? So yun ang standard natin as far as a healthy coral environment is concerned, no? Everything else, no, may problema tayo. Okay? Fishery stocks, no? Again, because of overfishing, no, and the kinds of methods that are actually being used, no, while it is important to us because it contributes a significant part of our GDP, no, still fish production has actually decreased by 80%, right? Because of the overfishing that's actually taking place, no? Pollution is another issue. And itong mga issue na ito, no, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin Chinese activities yan or other countries are actually responsible for it, right? These are issues that we should be, no, doing something about, right? And now we're going to share ASEAN next year, right? And so, what are the things that we can do? No? And I think DFA has been saying that we want to emphasize, or they're going to emphasize the blue economy, right? There is a project in ASEAN on blue economy innovation, no? But also on climate change, right? The code of conduct is still something that's being negotiated, no? Which we hope is going to be responsible for changed behavior, no? Of claimants in the region, no? But we're also hoping that in the end we're going to have, ASEAN much more, will be able to convince ASEAN to be much more involved, no, as far as these issues are actually concerned. So with that, no, I'll end here, no, and turn things over to Jay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Kraft, for providing us a comprehensive overview of the current maritime security challenges confronting the Philippines and how these changes impact the Philippines' strategic position. I highly appreciate your discussion on the maritime zones and the archipelagic sea lanes law. Sir, I was still your student when we first deliberated on those measures. Kaya lagi akong late, sir. But interestingly, the National Marine Policy was issued on 8 November 1994. And then these two laws, the MZ and ASL laws, were enacted on 7 November 2024. So it was 30 years after we defined maritime security. So it was really a journey for the committee and also for the security sector. Actually, a long voyage, not just a journey. So just a few reminders before we proceed to our next session. For our Facebook Live participants, you may post your questions in the comments section, and our CBILLS staff will consolidate them for the open forum later. For those joining us on site, you may scan the QR code on your table or click the bit.ly link on your Viber groups to submit your questions. We now move on the second session, which takes a closer examination of the country's maritime governance landscape. In this session, we will explore key legal and institutional frameworks that shape our maritime security approach, assess how they respond to the challenges we identified during the first session, and unpack governance gaps that continue to hinder effective implementation. As we try to surface these issues, we seek to identify key areas for reform and strengthen our policy direction moving forward. With that, allow me to introduce our next speaker. Attorney J. Batong-Bakal is a lawyer with degrees in political science and law from the University of the Philippines, as well as a Master of Marine Management and Doctor in the Science of Law, both from the Dalhousie University in Canada. At present, he is a full professor at the University of the Philippines College of Law and serves as director of the Institute for Maritime Affairs and Law of the Sea of UP Law Center. He has worked extensively on maritime affairs since 1997, carrying out research, consultancy work, and teaching with numerous national and international publications to his credit. Dr. Batong-Bakal was legal advisor to the Philippine delegation that successfully pursued the Philippines' claim to a continental shelf beyond 200 nautical miles in the Benham-Rice region before the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, and the successful application before the International Maritime Organization for the designation of the Tubataha Reef National Park, particularly sensitive sea area. He has been included among the UNESCO IOC list of experts for UNCLOS Annex 8 Special Arbitration on Marine Scientific Research. Please, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome one of the highly regarded resource persons of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on Maritime Security Issues, Attorney J. Batong-Bakal.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this event. No? It's quite timely since we are now awaiting the convening of another Congress, and we have seen marked changes in maritime laws and policies in the recent years. The most visible being the enactment of the Maritime Zone Act and Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. No? So it's good that Professor Kraft gave you a wide overview, no, of the maritime security situation. No? So in this session, what we'll do is come down and focus now on what it is that we are supposed to secure, and so far, how have we been trying to secure it, particularly through the legislative framework. No? After all, this is a gathering of people who are deeply working on legislative reform. So the idea here is to basically establish a location, shall we say, and orient ourselves in the legal landscape, no? So that we can identify potential areas for reform as well as priorities. No? Now, so first of all, let me start with some basic concepts and terms para we're all on the same page, no, when talking about this. No? When we say maritime governance, we're talking about the comprehensive system of rules, practices, institutions, and processes that guide and regulate human activities, no, within the world's oceans and seas. No? It's quite a broad concept that encompasses the strategic management and regulatory oversight of all maritime sectors. Now, if we were to parse this definition, no, you'll immediately see, no, that the idea of a system of rules, practices, institutions, and processes, no, is quite broad. But our focus here in this particular session, hopefully, will be on the legislative side, no, which, after all, is also basic, no, for the rest of the government, which takes care of execution of these laws and the enactment or promulgation of regulations to further ensure the proper implementation. Note that what we are trying to regulate is not the environment, it's not the world, etc. It's actually human activities, because that is what is within the reach of our regulatory influence. When it comes to the environment, the ecosystem, non-human organisms, etc., technically they are beyond our control. So what happens with them is actually a result of stimulus or interaction coming from human activities. No? So that's why when you think about maritime governance, we're particularly concerned about governing human activities, in order to ensure that their interactions do not go to the extent of creating unwanted damage, no, or unintended consequences, which lead to the degradation of our environment or the inability to achieve particular policy objectives. Now, the other thing in this definition is the mention of strategic management and regulatory oversight. The presumption here is that regulatory oversight, no, the intentional management of activities, no, is for a specific or for particular purposes, mga management objectives, which in turn are supposedly strategic, meaning you're trying to be deliberate, selective, and focused so that hindi bara-bara yung mga activities mo, no? So that what you're trying to do to influence, say, one sector, let's say shipping or maybe fishing, actually also has effects on other related activities, no? So the idea is you're trying to shall we say, achieve multiple objectives at the same time, no? By being strategic in your management. Okay? Now, this is undertaken, as you mentioned, through a framework of laws, regulations, and institutions, as well as international agreements that guide and manage activities in the maritime domain. In the maritime domain here, broadly speaking, would include the seas and oceans, which are your offshore, further offshore areas, especially the deep sea and the high seas, as well as your coastal areas. No? Now, this framework of laws and regulations, as well as institutions, no, encompass both international and national rules. No? International rules being contained in treaties and conventions, and national laws and regulations being in your national rules. Okay, so they both have to be considered because neither one can be completely isolated and act independently of the other. There will be effects. No? There will be interactions, either positive or negative. Second point here is that it encompasses all human activities in the ocean. We're trying to address particularly human activities in these seas, oceans, and coastal areas. The difference, therefore, one difference here, therefore, is that one difference between these from land is that on land activities, human activities tend to be much more transparent, meaning you can see it, everybody can see it. Second, they're easier to regulate because you can actually go to an activity physically, and if necessary, physically interfere with it or intervene in that activity in order to carry out that regulation. And third, because they're more transparent, more visible, and they're more prone to, intervention, whether by government or some other entity, interactions between them tend to be much more controllable. Okay? Now, this is different in the sea because, well, if any of you have ever been on a vessel in the middle of the sea, no, basta far away from the coast, no, then you immediately get the sense that your activity can be invisible. No? You might be doing stuff there that no one else around you can see. This has also led to many maritime activities being secret, carried out in secret, or at least carried out without direct regulation and oversight, no? Sometimes far from any kind of surveillance. Okay? And also, considering that the water is a three-dimensional medium. It's not like on land where you're all on the surface. But in water, no, you can be under the surface. And the water itself is also highly interactive. No? Things could be happening in one place that could affect events and things in another place, but it's entirely taking place in the medium underneath. Okay? So because of that, these interactions, these activities tend to be much more opaque, less visible, and if they're less visible, then they may be less subject. No? They may not be as easy to regulate, may not even see them, so how can you even regulate them? And they may be less prone to really active control or influence by regulations. Okay? Now, the principal components of this framework are on very different levels. You have international treaties and conventions such as UNCLOS, which was mentioned and which you probably have already gotten some familiarity with due to its frequent mention in many of the issues that we're facing. But there's more than UNCLOS. There are also many other international conventions and agreements dealing with oceans and coasts activities, such as the conventions of the International Maritime Organization, no? An international organization that primarily creates the standards for the operation and management of ships, no? And also influences very greatly the conduct of international maritime trade. Okay? Now, there are also regional agreements because when we say UNCLOS, IMO conventions, these tend to be perceived as global multilateral treaties, but there can also be regional agreements, those that concern only a more limited set of parties or participants. No? So an example here is a regional fisheries management organization. These are conventions that try to manage or regulate fishing activities, no, in the high seas between several countries. So, for example, the Philippines is a founding member of the Commission on the Western and Central Pacific. Okay, we actually more or less participate in this in the fishing in the Western Central Pacific to the extent that I think we control about 10% of the fishing activities in that area. Okay. We're also a member of other RFMOs, or regional fishery management organizations, such as in the Indian Ocean and in the Atlantic, so that we can access, so that we can conduct fishing activities in those further oceans. Okay? And then, of course, you have national laws, the ones that we're most familiar with, okay? Because this, after all, is the meat of your daily activities, legislation. We have many laws that can that directly regulate or are relevant to the maritime areas of the country, the sea areas of the country, such as the Fisheries Code. And then you have institutions, again, both at international and national levels, such as the International Maritime Organization, already mentioned, the Coast Guards of the various countries, and there may be non-binding instruments as well, which could be relevant, such as Agenda 21, which was issued way back in the 1990s, but still contains a very detailed list of things to do for countries if they want to manage any aspect of their environment. Chapter 17 of Agenda 21 particularly deals with oceans and coasts. Much of this, of course, has also been incorporated into subsequent environmental instruments of the United Nations. And I think the most important and most recent of which is the SDGs. So all of these agreements, institutions which try to set forth norms or even just practices, even just recommendations, as well as institutions of varied complexity and varied power, all of these form part of this larger framework. Now, the goal of maritime governance, of course, is to provide a structured approach, meaning a deliberate and systematic way of approaching, coordination, meaning coordinating the management of these activities so that they're not working at cross purposes. So, for example, to ensure that your oil and gas sector does not undermine or destroy your fishing activities, things like that. That's an issue of coordination. Conflict prevention is another one, such as when you do have co-located activities. So, for example, there's fishing and there's tourism taking place within a certain area of the water. You do not want them they can already be competing, rather, and you do not want that conflict to fester and become worse, but rather you would want to try to prevent such conflicts. And then resource management, of course. And resource management, probably this is the one that is most often in the minds of people whenever they think of, say, either proposing or implementing any kind of maritime legislation. Okay? These have to be done while balancing state sovereignty and international cooperation. Why? Because maritime areas tend to be areas where there are also international activities. So even, in the case of the Philippines, for example, even if we have inter-island waters, you will see foreign vessels passing through those waters in order to get from point A to point B, from one part, say, of Asia to, say, the Pacific and the rest of the American continent. Okay? So that is not unusual. Okay? But that also requires international cooperation. Why? Because of the system of international law that has evolved when it comes to ships. One important principle when it comes to ships is the idea of flag state jurisdiction, the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state over a vessel that flies its flag, meaning the state to which that vessel is registered. Okay? When a vessel is registered, as a general rule, it will answer only to the flag state. Okay? So even if there is a violation of law or regulations, the flag state is actually the one that is directly and primarily responsible for ensuring that the vessel complies or is sanctioned, no, for such a violation. Okay? And that means that a complaining state where the violation occurred, let's say the vessel is located in the waters of another state, then that coastal state, which complains of the activities of a foreign vessel, has to go to the flag state and call upon it to carry out its international obligations under these international conventions to investigate and sanction that vessel. No? So that's more or less the general rule. There are, of course, exceptions where the coastal state can intervene directly and exercise jurisdiction, but those are relatively few and far between, and they have to fall within the strict conditions set forth by international law, no, i.e. UNCLOS primarily, for the coastal state to be able to do that. Okay? So that's how complex it can be, and that's why international cooperation is necessary. And that's where the balancing between the exercise of state sovereignty and sovereign rights and jurisdictions takes place vis-a-vis the rights and obligations of other states. Okay? And of course, all of this is supposed to be carried out with the objective of environmental stewardship in mind. No? We've heard earlier the term blue economy. Okay? And the blue economy, although the term is of more recent vintage, something like 10, 15 years, in terms of the underlying concept, no, environmental stewardship is at the heart of the blue economy. Okay? The idea there is to try to continue all of these maritime activities as before so that they will contribute to the development and growth of the country, but with an awareness that such growth, development, such activities should not result in the destruction of the marine environment, because in the long run, then that will be counterproductive. Okay. So, with that then, we can look at principal levels of coordination of maritime governance. Of course, here we're concerned with the legal, and we already mentioned that there are various ways. Though there are at least two levels to look at: the international, with the international level, no? And that's the legal norms and rules as well as recommendations contained in international law. UNCLOS is the very foundation of this at this point, no? But there are also many different sector-focused or perhaps activity-focused agreements, no, at the in the international community level. So we've already mentioned the IMO and the RFMOs, no, for shipping and fishing. Okay? But there are also other related agreements. So for example, there is a there is a lot of environmental conventions and treaties. The Convention on Biological Diversity is one, you know, which, though global, also is applicable when it comes to the marine environment. Okay? You have various agreements by the Food and Agriculture Organization, okay, such as the Code of Conduct of Responsible Fisheries. No? So that's another one. So there's really a lot. No? And all of these various treaties and conventions at best provide specific norms that establish basic obligations on the part of the states. So one example is UNCLOS, which establishes a very important duty to cooperate and a duty to protect and conserve the marine environment on part of all states. Okay? So that is one fundamental obligation. All others, however, might not establish such clear obligations, but instead provide standards for the states to then implement. So an example would be a non-binding instrument like the Rio Declaration, which, although issued in the 1990s, no, has greatly influenced the evolution of environmental legislation among all members of the international community. One example is the conduct of environmental impact assessments, okay, which was mentioned in the Rio Declaration. Okay. which even if it is a non-binding instrument, no, it's not a treaty, it's just a declaration, and yet the inclusion of that statement has led to most members of the international community now having and implementing some form of environmental impact assessment as part of the regular process of planning and implementation of projects and activities within their respective territories and jurisdictions. Okay? Now, at the national level, which will be our focus this morning, we're looking at the system of national legislation and regulations to govern the maritime jurisdictions of states, either unilaterally or consistently with international obligations. So, when you're talking about maritime jurisdictions, that links into the second part on the geographical level. But what we're trying to say here is that you also have a lot of maritime legislation and regulations that are intended to be applied, well, generally to your national territory, your area, your place in the world. Okay? And that can be done either unilaterally, meaning, and we can do this completely on our own without even any knowledge of the international community, the international norms and standards, which is actually what happened in previous decades. We were enacting laws and regulations without much regard being given to the international legal system, for example. But now, even though that can be done, nowadays, there is that awareness now that we're working within an international community, and that there are many things that we need to do, that we need to regulate consistently with our international obligations. Okay? Probably this is a function of the fact that at present, states are much more integrated in terms of their activities. I guess that's a side effect of having an international economy. Okay? You have to now work within certain parameters, certain sets of rules. And there are states that actively use these international agreements, these international practices to influence the decisions and policies of other states. No? Good example is the European Union, which as a policy has taken it upon itself to try to promote compliance by other states with non-binding instruments against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. No? Why? Well, the idea there is that addressing IUU fishing is for the benefit of everyone. And they cannot just sit idly by and allow free riders or other states to ignore the issue of IUU fishing while they're the ones trying actively to invest in efforts against it. Okay? So that's the idea. No? But the important thing there is that they do so through persuasion, okay, and through this influence, through agreements and international agreements, instead of unilaterally imposing themselves and forcing themselves on these other nations. Okay? Now, so that's on the legal sphere. In the geographic level, you can think about this coordination as well. No? So aside from having international and national rules, you also have to look at areas. No? And this is logical because most governments, most agencies tend to think of things, and to conceive their functions also in terms of areas. The areas within which they can exercise control. Okay? So from this perspective, you can look at it in terms of oceans in areas beyond exclusive national jurisdiction. And this would be the high seas beyond the 12 nautical mile territorial seas of states. Okay? And then the other category would be coasts, often in areas within national jurisdiction, within internal archipelagic and territorial waters or seas, because these are the ones where the sovereignty of the state, the coastal state, is recognized. And most coastal areas, of course, are firmly within these internal archipelagic and territorial waters. Okay. Now, we mentioned already why it's important to have international cooperation coordination from a legal perspective. It's to ensure the consistency of laws and rules implementation of norms agreed upon at the international level. But there is also a very real and practical consideration there. No? The Earth is 70% water. Most people are not aware of this because we spend our entire lives on land. But if you look at the planet, so for example here, I'll give you 3 views of the planet. Okay? Here maybe, well, you have more than half being occupied by land, just offhand, no? From looking at this part, from this perspective of the globe. This is on the other side, no? You have maybe more than half here being occupied by water naman. But then you have this entire hemisphere of the planet being almost completely occupied by water. And that's the Pacific Ocean. Okay? So that very visually proves the point that actually, if you look at it from a global perspective, we really should be more concerned about the 70% of the surface of the planet, as well as what's underneath it, than the 30% on which we are residing. Okay? So that's one way to look at it. We have been so used to thinking of the sea, or rather, to not thinking about the sea because we don't see it. Okay? We probably see it only on these maps where we have different places and names for different parts of the ocean. Okay? And that also gives us, that also creates a tendency for people to break up, shall we say, the sea into smaller bits. No? So it gives it that impression that, we have the West Philippine Sea, for example, and that's ours. No? But then there is also that tendency to think that, okay, that's it. It's just the West Philippine Sea that we should care about. Okay? And the same thing with every other sea area. It tends to delimit, shall we say, the scope of the understanding and concern of people, because after all, they're more concerned about the land. And whatever it is, whatever part of the sea it is that they see will be only the part that's probably from the beach. Okay? So that tends to give people an unconscious impression that the sea is small and that the sea is all these separate bits of water. Okay? If you're to look at the Philippines, however, number one, we are an archipelago, lands and seas, and we have inter-island waters that create the linkages between our islands. The Philippine nation would not be one nation. There would be no Filipinos if the waters did not provide that linkage. Okay? If we were not able to travel across these inter-island waters. Okay? We'd just be a scattered set of islands, and probably separate little island kingdoms. Incidentally, napanood niyo ba yung sine The Kingdom? Ako hindi, maganda ba? Hindi ko nakita yun eh. Alternate history. Anyway, sidebar. But, okay, from the Philippines, when you look at the archipelago, it's inter-island waters. It's also surrounded by other waters, larger areas of seas. You have West Philippine Sea and South China Sea. You have the Pacific Ocean. You have the Philippine Sea there. You have Sulu and Celebes. And they're all connected with these inter-island waters. That all gives you an inkling that whatever happens in our inter-island waters must be somehow also connected with waters much further out, even those waters outside our country. Okay? So there's that linkage. Naturally, you need cooperation of other countries if you're trying to address activities that are no longer within the inter-island waters. Okay? But then, if you look at it from another perspective, and here you use the techniques of mapping in creating what we call map projections. This particular special type of projection emphasizes the fact that, it's actually one world ocean. When you look at just the water instead of the land, our tendency is to look at the land and its interconnection. But when you look at the water, look at that. There's actually only one world ocean. That's the 70%. And theoretically, whatever is happening, say, in the lower part there, let's see, I think this is, sorry. Ito na lang here. What's happening here, this is the American coastline. So you have Panama, etc., is actually connected with what's happening way over on the other side of the world. Seas, North Sea, I think, no? Greenland, no? Yan. And we're right here. We're still connected with what happens in the southern tip of that would be South America problem. Okay? So that unity of the world ocean, no, is the reason why there is also need for global international cooperation when you're trying to address problems at that scale. Okay? So those of you who have been attending hearings on, say, the blue economy, attending hearings concerning the maritime areas, no? Climate change, environment, no? This would be relevant. No? This is why there's also some attention being given to the oceans of the world, and why there is also activity to come up with global rules and norms and standards. Okay. Now, so with that idea and awareness of the unity and the interconnection and interactivity of all of this, now let's look at now our country again. Let's refocus, being aware of these linkages, and concentrate on what it is that they're trying to secure and manage. Okay? And here, what we'll talk about really is natural resources, particularly in the marine areas. Okay? Now, natural resources are basically what we need to use, what we need to tap, no? What we need to explore, develop, and utilize in order to contribute, in order to push our country to develop and grow. Okay? Or if you don't have that higher objective, to at least survive, not to at least maintain itself. And natural resources, however, no, can be understood not as single entities, single concepts, but you can look at it in these ways, no, because these are the activities that concern natural resources. This is how we use natural resources. It can be either extractive or non-extractive. It can be additive or non-additive. No? So these are what we call resource uses and non-resource uses. No? Resource uses means you're trying to take something from the actual environment, no, of which the resource is part. So extractive industries like mining are like that. Even fishing is an extractive resource use. Or you can have non-extractive resource use. You're still using the resource, but you're not taking anything from it. Maybe you're even adding on to it. Okay? Now, non-resource uses would be those that can be additive, meaning you're in the course of using or in the course of doing something on that resource, such as sailing a boat on the water. You might be adding something to it, like establishing a facility, like a navigational aid, or it could be a non-additive resource use, such as when you're just sailing across the sea. Okay? So that's the idea of resource uses. So if you're trying to manage natural resources, and by doing so you're trying to manage human activities, this is therefore the framework for looking at these activities, no? How to classify them, so that we will know then what kinds of rules and regulations we're going to then establish and implement. Okay? So first, let's talk about additive. This is simple because you're just putting things, say, in the water. No? Let's look at the marine resource uses. You can have fixed or mobile uses, non-additive uses. So like you can establish transportation infrastructure, like offshore facilities, okay? And that can be on land, sea, or air. You can be undertaking or putting in communications facilities like laying cables, submarine cables, which was earlier illustrated. You can be conducting recreation. No? Every time you go to do some paragliding or jet skiing, etc. Or you can just simply be mobile. You're putting in place contraptions and activities to be able to travel across it. And this can be by sea. You can be even be on the air above it, or maybe even in space. Well, if you're Elon Musk. Okay. Yeah. Then, non-resource uses that are non-additive would include things like, transportation, communication, salvage and recovery, mga rescue, or yun nga, parang salvage to recycle, perhaps, or to get rewards for your efforts. And even illegal activities actually can be considered a non-additive resource use, non-resource use, no? Drug trafficking. Yeah. Scientific activities can also be considered, such as exploration, research, excuse me, research and surveys, even military activities, securing these areas, no? And carrying out leisure activities such as recreation and tourism without putting or leaving things in the water. Okay. Now, extractive resource uses are the ones that we are more familiar with, because we tend to think of marine resource uses in that manner. So fishing is one of the more pervasive of these extractive resource uses of the ocean. You're extracting biological material after all. Okay, so, and this is really essentially gathering, hunting, and hunting at sea. Aquaculture is equivalent to farming at sea. Right? So those are also extractive resource uses. And then you have other extracting non-living resources, no? Such as minerals. You might even be producing fresh water out of seawater when you distill it. Some countries do that. You might be producing energy, taking non-renewable resources such as petroleum in the seabed, or putting in place like wind turbines, or soon in the future undersea current turbines for currents. No, that would be also extracting the energy out of the sea. And you can have other purposes such as cultural and even recreational uses that are extractive, such as what? Sport fishing. No? Yeah, that's also still extractive. So you see that these can all be taking place at different scales, and they can also be taking place more or less in the same area. No? Now, non-extractive uses would be more or less the same, but probably I'll call attention to, say, conservation, such as when you establish a marine protected area or protected seascape. You can have archaeology, no? And underwater tourism, which can be exclusive for the rich people, like, what's his name, John Cameron, going down to the Titanic as a preparation for his for making a movie. Okay, or who's that? The guy yung Titan submarine. No? So that he was trying to exploit potential tourism market. No? Nga lang substandard yung ano niya. Ginamit niyang submersible. Okay? Anyway, so you now have an idea of all of these different types of resource uses. And that's what you're trying to manage through laws, rules, and regulations. Focus on what the people are doing and how they're doing it, and then you put in place systems of rules and regulations. The problem, however, wait. Now, this is a one way to classify, one way to look at these activities and categorize them. No? There are established entire industries that have been established, no, in the marine area: capture fisheries, shipping, shipbuilding, offshore oil and gas, marine construction, meaning putting in place structures, infrastructure at sea. Usually this would be in the nearer to the shore. Marine and coastal tourism, transportation, business services, marine research and development. Even dredging is now becoming so commonplace. Again, these are usually in the near shore areas, no? But they began also to creep out offshore, deeper and deeper. And then you have emerging industries on account of the improvements and the development of technologies. Okay, so aquaculture, offshore wind energy, ocean renewable energy, seabed mining, safety and surveillance, especially with the new autonomous technologies, marine biotechnology, very new field, or relatively new field economically, and high-tech marine services, like using unmanned autonomous surface vessels, okay, as well as all of these autonomous submersible devices. No? So you have all of these industries and activities already taking place, some well-established, some still emerging. No? But they're all considered here as potential parts of what we're calling the blue economy. Okay? Now, of course, every country will have different levels of activity in different sectors, depending on their location, depending on available ocean space, depending on the types of marine resources that happen to be within their jurisdiction. The problem, however, is that, as I mentioned, these can all be taking place, or some of them can be taking place in the same area. And they, again, will also interact. The challenge for management is that when they're interacting with each other, they can be interacting well, meaning they may actually complement each other, no? And in which case that's good. But they can also interact in a negative way. They might interfere with each other. No? So their interactions will be, these activities will be incompatible, in which case it will be bad for one or the other sector. And for a manager, marine manager, that would be essentially, provide a choice, no? Create a choice. Which one do you want to develop, which at the cost of the other? And the thing is it's rarely a one-to-one choice. It's also always multiple choices, so, in the same area. Okay? And there will be activities that are neutral to each other, meaning they can coexist. Okay? The challenge for management, no, and governance is to try to go for activities that can coexist, try to promote activities that complement each other, and minimize those that are incompatible with each other. So as you see here on this table, for example, you have offshore wind farms. Right now, the Philippines is embarking on a program to promote offshore wind, no? And it has identified 6 areas across the country where it is likely that where DOE has already issued some contracts which will now be developed into offshore wind farms. But they also happen to be in areas that are close to major shipping lanes. Okay? So obviously, those will be somehow, the interaction might be negative. You don't want ships sailing through offshore wind farm areas because there is a higher risk of collision. Okay? Now, that is something that needs to be addressed by a manager, by a governance framework. Okay? In other cases, you might want to have tourism, which is compatible with marine conservation, because that's what tourists want to see. Nice, well-established coral areas, for example. Okay? And there are things that you simply do not want, such as, let's say, pollution. You know? Pollution outfalls due to maybe sewage and tourism. No? Papalanguyin mo siya sa coliform filled waters. Galing. Okay. Yeah. So these are the kinds of things that, well, this is the basic challenge for any kind of governance framework, how to ensure that activities that are promoted, activities that are regulated, no, lead to complementary or at least neutral interactions and minimize incompatible interactions or negative interactions or activities. Okay? Now, of course, each place will be different. The number of activities and the kinds of interactions will be different for each location. And for legislation, that is a challenge because legislation tends to require a standard approach, di ba? One for all. But no, the arena here, the environment requires specialized, customized approaches. Okay? So that's why there's a need for a framework to provide some kind of consistency at the higher level, but gives enough flexibility at the lower levels to be able to address the problems properly. That's where now a good one characteristic of the country, no, comes into play, no, and that is the high value being given to local autonomy. and local governance. That is supposed to be one way to try to achieve that. No? Now, so Philippine Maritime Governance, no, is based on a series, well, again, a legal framework. And the ground rules for that are provided in the Constitution. When you look at the Constitution, it has actually evolved, no? But the starting point is basically the geographic area wherein you have these marine resources. And that's described adequately in Article 1 of the Constitution, which defines the national territory as being comprised of two components: the Philippine Archipelago, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and all other territories over which the Philippines has sovereignty or jurisdiction. Now, originally, we tried, no, especially in 1950s and 60s, we tried to conceive of the archipelago as just one single unit. However, it was an arbitrarily described unit, and that's why you have the treaty lines now that you see on the screen. Since that time, through our interaction with the international community, through our acceptance of international norms and regulations, and realization that there are certain practices that are correct in the sense that they are the more feasible practices, no? We have now evolved into a system of maritime zones. No? Our approach has now, adjusted, no, to be more consistent with the system in international law, no, as described in UNCLOS, no, so that we can now implement also all the international rules, standards, recommendations more consistently in our waters. Okay? And so that's why you have a system of maritime zones, fully in accordance with UNCLOS, and now fully implemented by the Philippines, to be fully implemented by the Philippines through the Maritime Zone Act. Okay? Now, within these areas, the same basic rules on the national patrimony apply. Okay? So Section 2 of Article 12 is particularly relevant here, because it establishes, again, the other ground rules. No? The first ground rule is the area, the scope of the national territory and jurisdictions. The second rule would be basic principle of ownership of natural resources by the state, a continuation of the long-standing principle of Jura Regalia, or the Regalian doctrine that all states in the world basically also adhere to. Part of that ownership is the proviso that these shall not be alienated. You cannot transfer this. It belongs to the state inalienably. You cannot sell it to that neighbor up there, which shall not be mentioned. You cannot sell it to the US or Australia, etc. No? The way to use the resources is also defined in the Constitution. There are 5 ways. Okay? The first is by the state directly undertaking it. But that might have been the idea back in 87. At present, it's rare, if at all, being done, because this requires capital, which probably the state does not have as much of at this point. Okay? So the other ways, 3 other ways are then provided. No? If not directly, then through co-production, joint venture, or production sharing agreements. Okay? These are 3 different arrangements, depending on the contribution to the capital and the activity, of capital or equity to the activity. No? So co-production, joint venture implies that the state also contributes some proportion of the investment or the capital, no? And also retains ownership and control to that extent. The last one, production sharing agreement, is different. It's possible that the state will not even contribute anything, but instead, that will all be contributed by the production sharing partner. What will be shared between the state and that partner will be the production, the outcome, even the profit. Okay? So that's your 4th means of exploring, developing, and utilizing a natural resource in the Philippines. Okay? The 5th, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one is through small-scale utilization directly by the people for their own purposes, especially subsistence. And the Constitution even mentions fish farming, cooperative fish farming, and priorities of subsistence fishermen and fish workers in rivers, lakes, bays, and lagoons. Okay? So, as a general rule, everyone may directly, kumbaga in person, also utilize resources for their own personal purposes, no? As long as this is in accordance with the regulations of law. That's why you have small-scale fishermen even being able to fish without having to go through some production venture with the state. You know? That's why people in the mountains are allowed to use forest products for their own survival, for example, without having to get a license from the state. Okay? Now, the next, the sixth mode will be is through the technical or financial assistance agreements, FTAAs. Okay? And this particular mode applies only to minerals, petroleum, or mineral oils. This is also different because the way the Supreme Court has interpreted it, this means that this particular mode can be 100% owned. The equity requirements are different and separate from the equity requirements for the other three major modes: co-production, joint venture, production sharing agreements. There's a colatilla there that those can be undertaken with Filipino citizens or corporations or associations, at least 60%, no, owned by such, by Filipinos, and subject to other terms like 25 years, etc. The implication of the interpretation of the Supreme Court is that these FTAAs are a separate category entirely, and therefore subject to different rules. No? Even the 60/40 will not apply to them. No? If it's an FTAA for petroleum, minerals, or mineral oils. And that is essentially what is contained in the ruling of the court in Labugal-Bilaan Tribal Association versus the Secretary of Environment and Natural Resources upon reconsideration. That's where the Supreme Court ruled that FTAAs are actually a form of service contract with additional safeguards, no? And that these FTAAs may be, the foreign corporation may even be 100% owned, as long as, despite that ownership, the state retains absolute control and supervision. Okay? And that was stressed in the subsequent case of resident marine mammals, no? As well as Bayan Muna versus Macapagal Arroyo. Okay? Bayan Muna versus Macapagal Arroyo concerns the joint marine seismic undertaking, no? A contract for exploration between the PNOC, Petro-Vietnam, and the China National Oil Company. Okay? If you look at resident marine mammals, that involve your usual ordinary service contract issued by the DOE. The partner was Japan Exploration, no? And they were conducting oil exploration in Tanyon Strait. Okay? So there, for that situation, the court already stressed, no, the requirement of control and supervision, and particularly highlighted that this control and supervision ultimately is manifested by the fact that the president himself has to be one to authorize and approve and sign this service contract. That stringent requirement also applies now in the case of the JMSU, but the court found that the JMSU did not comply with those requirements. And most importantly, the court also found that the JMSU basically surrendered exclusive control and supervision, because under the terms of the contract, control and supervision over the product of the exploration was shared with other countries. And the court ruled that the PNOC, the Philippine partner there, did not have the authority to do that, and that this violated the requirements of the Constitution. Okay? Yeah. So those are some of the basic rules now for natural resource exploration, development, and utilization, especially if you're considering a foreign partner or foreign participant in that activity. Okay? Yeah. By the way, this will be distributed to you. So don't worry. Okay. So with those ground rules, okay, then we can now look into more detail at each particular area or sector. No? First of all, the legislative foundation, okay, now is, first we start from the land, each island. No? When it comes to the land, which will include now the coastal area that interfaces with the sea, the land is basically governed by customary international law in addition to the national laws. What that means is that when it comes to the land, under customary international law, the state has full discretion and authority to do what it wants. The only limitations probably would be higher order rules such as human rights. Okay? But if those considerations are not involved, then technically the state has full and absolute sovereignty, and therefore it can do what it wants when it comes to regulating natural resources in the land, okay, what's underneath the land, in the airspace above it, and to the sea up to the extent of the territorial sea, no? Because that is considered like an auxiliary or an attachment to the land, no? By virtue of the fact that it is the zone adjacent to the coast. Okay. However, as soon as you step into the water, no, UNCLOS comes into play because it is the basis for jurisdictions beyond the territorial sea. Okay? UNCLOS provides for the recognition of innocent passage through the territorial sea by foreign vessels, but when it comes to everything else, that is within, still covered by the sovereignty of the coastal state. When you go beyond the territorial sea, that's where the rules of UNCLOS become more detailed and really come into play. Okay? And that's why you have all the system of maritime zones, which I'll show you again later, no? Which lays out the different authorities and jurisdictions of the state depending on where you are, depending on how far you are from the coast. Okay. Now, UNCLOS now forms part of our national law through both incorporation and transformation. What do you mean by that? Well, before, because of the principle of incorporation, we consider the rules of international law as forming part of the land. Then, technically, UNCLOS also, the principles in UNCLOS, the norms in UNCLOS are also supposed to be also enforced or recognized within the Philippine legal system. The problem, however, is that since we are a civil law country, no, we required specific legislation to cite in order to be able to implement and enforce that. And so that's why there was a need to enact a Maritime Zone Act to transform the rules in UNCLOS into domestic rules. We finally did that with Republic Act 12064, the Maritime Zone Act. We legislated all of the inclusive jurisdictions, the zones, and also made reference and incorporated into domestic jurisdiction the corresponding rights, duties, and obligations of the Philippines as a coastal state vis-a-vis all other states. Okay? We basically harmonized our domestic law with UNCLOS, and so therefore, we have now basically committed, no, to carry out our obligations and duties as a state when it comes to the management, regulation of our waters. And in turn, we also expect the international community to comply with their obligations to us, no, when they are passing through our waters. Okay. So, when you think of the jurisdictions that are involved here, no? So here we lay out the different zones: land, air, sea, even space. Okay? Customary international law is what governs what the state can or cannot do on the land and the territorial sea at best. Internal waters, archipelagic waters are considered part of the land for this purpose. Okay? So, kumbaga, the presumption is in favor of the coastal state as to what powers and authorities it exercises in the areas under its national sovereignty. Okay? When it comes, however, to the sea, okay, that's when you now have to also look not at just customary international law, but also UNCLOS, particularly if UNCLOS provides for certain exceptions or recognizes certain rights in favor of other states if they are in those waters, in those areas, under certain conditions. Okay? So, when it comes to maritime jurisdiction, you're talking about the authorities that a coastal state can exercise subject to certain limitations in favor of other states. No? Yung flag state jurisdiction particularly. And what the coastal state can or cannot do, no, in any part of the water depends now on which maritime zone it is located in. That activity or that action is located in. Okay? So the farther away you get, no, the different rules will apply. Okay? When it comes to the air and sea, that's another, those are entirely different areas of law which we will not include in this discussion. That's worth another seminar or two. Okay? So, the harmonization of UNCLOS with UNCLOS took a long time, from 2009 to 2024. If you look at RA 9522 as the starting point, by establishing the baselines. From the baselines, we could then measure our maritime zones, but then the enactment of the Maritime Zone Act took a little bit longer. In the meantime, that did not prevent us from implementing various aspects of UNCLOS, such as laying a claim for an extended continental shelf. After all, our entitlement to a continental shelf was not questionable. Okay? And so, in the meantime, we did that, and then the issue with China intensified. We were constrained to file the South China Sea arbitration in 2013. No? And that took a few years to resolve. But while that was pending, we negotiated an EEZ boundary with Indonesia in 2014. That therefore is again a manifestation of implementation of UNCLOS. Our entitlement to the EEZ was not questionable either. It was recognized in UNCLOS, and we had existing domestic legislation declaring our EEZ since 1978. So, walang problema yon. Now, the arbitration was resolved in 2016, which recognized our entitlement to all the maritime zones in UNCLOS. And finally, we sort of ended any more uncertainty, okay, in 2024, just last year, with the enactment of the Maritime Zone Act and Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. No? And incidentally, we also filed a claim for an extended continental shelf in the West Palawan region. No? So that now clarifies the full extent of what we are or what we can claim. No? They're not all resolved yet kasi. Okay? There are areas where we still have other things to do, such as negotiate a boundary with the country up north, whichever government happens to be finally in power there, as well as those people down the south, depending on how we settle some pending issues. Okay? And also the claim to the extended continental shelf in the West Palawan region, that unless the disputes in the South Chinese Sea, West Philippine Sea are resolved, probably that won't move. It will remain only a claim. But at least you have certainty with the rest of the maritime zones. Okay? So if you were to measure these maritime zones, you could get a sense of the different proportions. The land area, this is not official, this is my own computation using Google Earth and KML and KMZ files and the internet. So more or less 298,000 square kilometers of land versus a maximum of 2.1 million square kilometers of sea areas, divided into the different types of maritime zones under international law. That's what we're trying to govern. Okay? Obviously, the water is far, far greater than the land. Okay? And therefore, the challenge is far, far greater when it comes to the waters. Okay? We have claimed all of the maritime zones, and therefore, what we can or cannot do within each zone, we have already accepted, basically, that we will do so in accordance with international law. Okay? And so the next task of detailing legislation, adjusting legislation, to make sure we fully conform with this now is at hand. Okay? Notice that internal archipelagic waters territorial sea, the extent of authorities and powers you can exercise there are different from the rest, because within these areas, we are entitled to exercise our full sovereignty, whereas in the rest, we are only exercising sovereign rights or jurisdictions. They're much more limited. No? And the conditions for their exercise are therefore much more specific, unlike when it comes to areas of sovereignty. Okay? So generally, okay, again, if it's internal waters, archipelagic waters, territorial sea, all laws and regulations, we exercise sovereignty. We can do what we want with them. We can establish whatever rules and norms that we want in order to achieve identified objectives. In the contiguous zone, this is already beyond the zone of absolute sovereignty. However, there are some special jurisdictions that we can continue to exercise, such as those for customs, immigration, fiscal, and sanitation laws and regulations. Okay? Overlapping the contiguous zone is the EEZ jurisdictions. Here we have basically jurisdiction to govern and regulate fisheries, energy, and other economic activities within the zone from 12 to 200. And then underneath, that's the continental shelf, basically the seabed. It's even much more limited because here we're talking about governance of petroleum, minerals, and other seabed resources. Okay? So you see that it becomes much more specific, much more constrained, no, depending on which zone it is that you want to carry out this governance. Okay? Now, so this is the area where this is the area where we have absolute sovereignty. No? All Philippine laws and regulations, whatever kind, quality, no, whatever means, will be applicable within that area. We only need to ensure that we continue to permit innocent passage or archipelagic sea lane passage, subject to their compliance with the conditions under UNCLOS for the exercise of that right. Okay? You're not completely powerless or not completely helpless. Just because we allow them to pass through does not mean that we can't do anything about them. They are also still under an obligation to comply with our laws, rules, and regulations within that area. Okay? Beyond that, those are areas where it's mainly our natural resource laws and regulations that apply. It's a much more limited scope. Okay? It's no longer anything you want, but it has to be conditioned on a specific resource and how you're trying to govern or manage that resource. And in that area, foreign vessels have qualified freedom of navigation, meaning they are entitled to full freedom except that they must not infringe on our natural resource laws and regulations. Okay? So it's that simple. Okay? And then beyond that, it's basically the same for everyone else. It's an area where all states, including us, have the same rights and freedoms as everyone else in the high seas and international seabed area. Okay? Yeah. So again, this is another way of looking at it. No? That's from top view. This is from the side view. And this zonal approach is actually reflected in domestic law. We have domestic maritime zones. We have municipal waters. We have national waters, which are waters outside of municipal waters. And we have a sui generis regime for the BARM region, regional waters. Okay, so again, we allocate jurisdiction on the basis of the zone, the location in the water with reference to the coast. So this is for one illustration of the area immediately west of Luzon. No? So you have municipal waters within territorial waters, within the territorial sea in some cases, and then the EEZ and continental shelf beyond it. Okay? The regional situation is a little bit more complicated because the BARM region is a special region which also included provisions for regional waters and zones of cooperation. Okay? Unfortunately, that is now facing a new challenge. No? Even though there was this detailed agreement on what regional waters are for and what can be done in zones of cooperation, it's basically an allocation of exclusive and joint jurisdictions between the regional government and national government. It basically is about preferences or preferential uses, preferential rights, and areas where there should be cooperation and identification specific items where they're exclusive or divided. However, that was complicated by the fact that you have the province of Sulu versus executive secretary, which ruled that Sulu should not be included in the BARM. And given the location of the Sulu province and its spread, that actually undermines the whole concept now of regional waters and zones of cooperation. It's at very least, it makes it extremely difficult to actually implement it because you've lost the unity of that larger portion of regional waters. Okay? So, we don't know what will happen yet. But that's definitely a problem for them. In effect, regional waters are reduced to, well, practically reduced to the area of the Moro Gulf. No, nawala na yung sa Sulu Sea in a way, no? Because you can't really implement that feasibly, no? With that, in that configuration. Okay, so we'll just go through this quickly to show you that the different land major resources that are sought to be brought under the governance framework, no, include land, And here you have all of these land laws scattered across different pieces of legislation. They may also be as applicable to the strip of coastal land, no, that is all over the country around each island. Okay? You have forestry resources, which include particularly mangroves. So this is what governs mangroves. But the problem there is that it's governing mangroves separately from the rest of the marine and the coastal ecosystem. Okay? You have fishery resources, but in fishery resources, it's divided between local governments and national government, unlike mangroves, which is all under national government because it's a forest. When it comes to the fisheries that occur around the mangroves, you have to contend with the sharing. Okay? Also within this area, of course, whether it's fish or on the land, on the coastal land, you also tend to have biodiversity resources involved. And here you have a number of different acts to be concerned with for protection, conservation, and also exploitation in the case of the fisheries code. Okay? So you have to also sort that out when you're looking at a particular biodiversity site, like an island, which happens to characterize most of the areas of the country. Then you have energy resources. And we have basically national laws governing all energy resources regardless whether they're on land or at sea. Okay? But here, since this is governed nationally, you have that challenge in interacting now with the local governance system. Okay? And so if you have different ideas or purposes about what should be happening on the ground, that's where you can have problems of competing and conflicting uses. Okay? You have mineral resources as well, which most local government, most communities rather, tend to disfavor because of the adverse impact they create on local livelihoods and on the local environment. Okay? When it comes to their local governments, however, you have different reactions depending on whether or not they're involved with the mining activity. Okay? Yeah. And then you have marine transportation, which is the other pervasive use of the marine areas. Here, however, you have so many different legislation of all vintages to contend with. Okay? So, like look at the first line, it's not true. It's not true that our maritime laws are from 19 kopong-kopong. It's from 18 kopong-kopong. Okay? That's how outdated it is. Okay? And we still have American laws also, basically laws from the American period being in place. No? And yet we also have new legislation. We've been eating away at it piecemeal, but the problem is the core, which is the law governing shipping operations, shipping activities, is still vintage 1885. Okay? Like old wine, I guess. Anyway. And then you have freshwater resources. This is relevant because of the interaction now between coastal areas and marine areas. And the problem there, I think, is more with the sustainability of the freshwater resources given overuse of coastal areas, overpopulation, and uncontrolled growth of urban and human settlements. Because that is causing the seeping in of seawater into and contamination of the freshwater resource. So you still have that relationship to deal with as well. And then you have air, which is relatively new probably to us and to most people. We don't usually concern ourselves with what's happening in the air. But given technology and the proliferation of drones and maybe in the future cars, air cars, no? Then this is probably something we need to contend with in the future. Okay? We do have sovereignty over the air, but it's not yet sure how high up it extends. And so in the future, you'll be dealing with different zones in the air, no? Which are not coinciding with the zones in the water nor on the land, as you see here in this example of the air defense identification zone overlaid with the flight information region overlaid onto the maritime zones. Okay? So you can already get a sense that, okay, this is probably not going to be as easy as you think to try to manage in a consistent manner. And then you have all the cross-cutting laws as well, like EIA statement, Strategic Environmental Plan for Palawan Act, which is a very special legislation for a specific area, and other types of cross-cutting laws and regulations. as well as every other treaty, agreement, or instrument to which the Philippines is a party. So that means that when it comes to the legislative agenda, you do still have quite a bit to do just to update and harmonize old laws. No? And this time, we're not only concerned with just making sure that they are consistent with each other, we also need to ensure that they are consistent as well with an international system if that happens to be relevant to that particular activity or area. Okay? So thank you very much. I hope that's given you a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Attorney Jay, for providing us a very strong legal background on maritime security and maritime governance and highlighting the importance of international cooperation. So we just heard from two of our esteemed experts who have provided us valuable insights into the complex challenges and key frameworks shaping maritime security as well as maritime governance. We will hear more from them this afternoon as they will also join our panel discussion and also our open forum. So, due to time constraint, and I know many of you are already starving, so we will have our lunch and we will move our open forum this afternoon. So at this point, let me turn back the floor to Shane for further announcements. Thank you, and I will see you after lunch.
Okay, so I won't take too long. Thank you, Committee Secretary Villasante. It has certainly been a very enriching morning so far. Thanks again to our two speakers for their very thought-provoking presentation. I'm sure we've learned a lot so far, and I'm even more sure that you have questions. But as ComSec mentioned, we have time constraints.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to CBILLS Thursday Talks Lecture 2 on securing the seas, safeguarding strategic interests in the Philippine Maritime domain. Before anything else, allow me to recognize the presence of our panel discussants joining us this afternoon, retired Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong. We also have with us this afternoon Vice President Imelda C. Caluen of DAP's Center for Governance. Welcome. So earlier this morning, we explored the concept of maritime security along with the key challenges and issues surrounding it, and then discussed the legal frameworks critical to understanding the role of maritime governance in the Philippine context. With such a rich discussion this morning, I am optimistic that we have a lot of questions for our first set of panelists. But worry not, hold on to your questions because we will have our Q&A after this afternoon's moderated panel discussion. So for now, we move on to the next segment of our lecture series, which is our panel discussion. In this session, we will explore the strategic imperatives of building credible deterrence and enhancing our national defense capabilities. This conversation will also examine the role of multilateral partnerships and interagency coordination in safeguarding our maritime interests. We are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of experts who bring valuable perspectives on these complex and interconnected issues, drawing from their extensive experience in defense policy, diplomacy, and maritime affairs. To formally open the discussion, we will first hear the opening statements of our panelists. Our first panelist is Ms. Maria Carmina B. Acuña, who is the Assistant Director General of Operations at the National Security Council Secretariat. She supervises a pool of national security specialists who work on domestic and foreign policy issues that impinge on the Philippines' national security. Before joining the NSC Secretariat, ADG Acuña was a Senior Defense Research Officer at the Department of National Defense and a Junior Intelligence Officer at the National Intelligence and Security Authority. She has had more than 30 years of experience as a civil servant with areas of specialization in counterinsurgency, counterterrorism, civil maritime security, the ASEAN, transnational civil security, and the Philippines' strategic relations. She is a graduate of AB Journalism from the University of Santo Tomas in Manila. Currently, she is the co-chair of the Council for Security Cooperation in the Asia-Pacific for the Philippines and the Philippines representative to the ARF Experts and Eminent Persons Group. Please welcome on stage ADG Carmina Acuña.
Thank you, Ms. Jonas. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, thank you so much to the DAP, the Senate, and House of Representatives for the invitation to speak. It is an honor for me to be with three co-panelists who are all nationally well-known subject matter experts. Now, the issue of securing the seas and safeguarding the Philippine strategic interests in the maritime domain is not going away soon. So I feel I have an obligation to contribute to the effort to document the important moments, and as a result, future generations of Filipinos would know our struggle to be a genuine archipelagic and maritime nation. Let me start by breaking down the topic of this panel into two parts. First, I'll zero in on deterrence, which is now the major effort of the government. According to the AI, deterrence is the discouragement of undesirable action or behavior through the fear of punishment or negative consequences. Now, at this point in our territorial and maritime disputes, deterrence is now our leading approach. Why is this so? I think it is because of three things. First one, Xi Jinping and the Communist Party of China are no longer hiding their true intentions. They have come out with it. They have made public announcement on what they want. China wants to be the regional dominant power, so it must have access and control of all the sea lines of communication in the surrounding areas, the trade routes that lead to all directions around the world, and to have a strategic defense in depth. By doing this, it pushes the United States out of the Asia-Pacific region. The second one is that the illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive, or ICAD activities by China in the West Philippine Sea have been sustained, persistent, escalating at certain times. The Philippines has to stand its ground or slowly lose the freedom to explore and exploit the resources and even sail in the maritime regimes that are guaranteed by the UNCLOS and other international laws, including the 2016 arbitral award. And the third reason is that the US-China competition has been heating up since around 2000. And there are no reasons to believe that the rivalry is going to end soon. The dynamics between the world's two major powers are the most important relationship. Hence, their actions, reactions, and counteractions have implications to the other flashpoints in the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Taiwan Strait. The Philippines' strategic location, which is at the edge of the Pacific Ocean and at the center of Southeast Asia, mean the country must fight for its national interests. Now, deterrence is usually the defense and military instrument, such as nuclear weapons, missiles, torpedoes, fighter jets, and submarines, and the like. But the Philippines' deterrence includes strengthening the archipelagic security or the civil maritime security. This is because this is the internal strength of the nation that would buttress and complement the military strength. I would leave it to Admiral Romel Ong to discuss the military deterrence portion, and instead let me just go straight to the probably what you would call the civilian or the civil maritime security deterrence. Okay. Now, these are equally important, and these are manifested in the long-running programs to develop and implement effective systems. For example, the monitoring, control, on the surveillance that is, I think, falls more under the purview of the Department of Agriculture, because this is on fishery management. There is also, we are also undertaking comprehensive and harmonious development of the municipality of Kalayaan in the province of Palawan. So this is to emphasize that the KIG is really part and parcel of the main Philippine archipelago. Therefore, the same development and governance thing that are being done in the provinces in the mainland should also be applied to the KIG municipality. We should also we are also developing the National White Fleet, or the National Academic Research Fleet, and I think we have to thank the last Congress for giving budget to the UP Marine Science Institute, and this has allowed the UP MSI for the first time in its history to have 4 research vessels. Okay. This may be small, but it's a very important milestone in our maritime history. Now, giving the UP MSI the research vessels, hopefully would trigger similar acquisitions with other state universities. There are other universities that focus on, that have a strong expertise on maritime research. Like I think Siliman, I think UP MSI is also partnering with Siliman, Bicol University, and other SUCs. And this also means that we would be having a national marine scientific research agenda. This is important because we need to inventory or to survey all the marine resources. Although, if you remember in Attorney Batumbacal's, was it Herman, who talked about the $3 trillion value of our marine resources, but we need to put this down in writing into a database. Then the fourth one is we are already implementing a sovereign satellite policy under led by the Philippine Space Agency and other concerned agencies. The sovereign satellite policy would help us in monitoring and surveillance of our vast maritime areas. And the last one is we are supporting the Philippine Rice Protected Area Management Board. Since the UN body gave to the Philippines the Philippine rice, and we already have an extended continental shelf, we still have a long way to go in managing the Philippine rice. Unfortunately, this has been one challenge has been the transition in the national and senior leadership in the interagency meeting. The management board has still has still to identify the programs and projects for the Philippine rice. So let me now go to the last part of my remarks, and this is some recommendations for the legislative branch. I just pick out 3, but in our National Security Strategy 2024, there's an annex there, and there's a long list of proposed bills that would help us implement the National Security Strategy. So the first one is the Blue Economy Law. Now there are, in the 19th Congress, there are 13 House bills and 3 in the Senate. I think this is the first time that we are doing this. I am sure the House and Senate will undertake the necessary comprehensive and very in-depth study on the blue economy law. Perhaps doing public hearings in the provinces might be helpful. I don't know, but talking to the people who are in the front lines of marine environment protection, even on managing our ecological diversity, I think might be useful for this one. Second, we should our Congress with the executive branch should address the asymmetric or unrestricted warfare of China. Okay. So this is, I'm certain that this has been given a wide coverage in our media. So hopefully there is no doubt that this is an urgent and a important bill. We need to update the 1941 Anti-Espionage Law, or the Commonwealth Act 616. Also revise the Penal Code, and there are other relevant laws. So a new law on addressing the foreign interference and malign influence is important. And the last one is to update the law concerning the Philippine Coast Guard. In the 19th Congress, in the Senate, there are 22 bills and 43 in the House. I think this number is everything that concerns the PCG. It's not only about the reforms and modernization, but also salaries, what have you. So those are my contribution for this panel. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ADG Acuna, for providing us a background on how the Philippines is using deterrence to safeguard its maritime domain, and also for recommending some policies for legislative consideration. And now, it is my honor to introduce our second panelists. Retired Rear Admiral Romel Jude Ong is currently affiliated with the Ateneo School of Government as a professor of praxis and senior research fellow. He has recently designed and implemented the security governance track for the Masters in Public Management program. He is also the program director of the MPM Twinning Program, which is a collaboration between the ASOG and the AFP Education Training Doctrine Command. For the Ateneo Policy Center, he has completed research on Chinese political warfare and a two-phase study entitled Toward Increased and Stable Investments in National Security in the Philippines, an analysis of trends, allocations, and policy options in Philippine defense spending. Recently, he contributed a chapter to the book Martial Law in the Philippines, Lessons and Legacies, 1972 to 2022. For the University of the Philippines Center for Integrative Development Studies, he has completed a study on ASEAN minilaterals. He has edited a book entitled Security Sector Reform and Governance in the Philippines, which was written as a project of the National Defense College of the Philippines. His last posting was as Vice Commander of the Philippine Navy until his compulsory retirement. Rear Admiral Ong is a graduate of the Philippine Military Academy class of 1987. He took his advanced studies at the U.S. Naval War College and the National Defense College of the Philippines. He completed his Master's in Development Management at the Asian Institute of Management. Professor Ong, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jonah, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon to everybody. So, ito lang yung notes ko. So, as Minette has discussed about the existential challenge natin, about our northern neighbor, China has a maritime ambition that when we put it into a design, it has three axes of advance. The first axis of advance is northerly towards the Arctic Ocean. China is claiming to be an Arctic power na rin. Okay? And that may be the reason why Trump is salivating dun sa Greenland to check Chinese advance. Okay? The second axis of advance cuts through between Taiwan and the Philippines, going towards the Mid-Pacific, Solomon Islands, and the other COFA states, papuntang South America. And that may be the reason why Trump is fixated on restoring control over the Panama Canal. Okay, so may method to the madness eh. And the third axis of advance is which we are all familiar with. Yung pababa ng South China Sea, Malacca Strait, Indian Ocean, then sasanga na yan to the Middle East for oil, Africa for resources, and Europe for investments. So yun yung axis of advance niya. We're also dealing with China, which has a concept of theory of victory, na pag ma-accomplish niya yung dalawang yun, panalo na siya. First is, if China can successfully divide the house. When you say divide the house, divide an alliance, divide the country, divide everybody in government, or divide your family, panalo na siya. Okay? He doesn't need to fire a shot. Okay? The second component, if China is able to, if China enjoys escalation dominance, and pupush niya kayo sa corner to the point na you will give up a national interest kasi ayaw nyo nang mag-escalate, o you want to de-escalate, panalo na siya. Okay? So, those are just two components na binabantayan natin. Okay. Now, when we are dealing with China, kasi yung topic natin, maritime, no? But what I'm trying to say is, let us not be distracted with what China is doing sa West Philippine Sea. Kasi when we discuss China as a threat or a concern, it operates on two fronts. Yung first front we are familiar with is what is happening in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea. That is an exercise of hard power. When you say hard power, military component yun. Ang more insidious and more concerning sa atin is yung exercise of sharp power. Kasi ang target niyan, inside government. Inside government. Okay? So sa armed forces, ang focus nila ngayon, insider threat. When you say insider threat, military or Coast Guard or PNP personnel that are being tapped by China to actually spy on our own services. Okay? Right now, ang current trend nila is they use an app ng games. Tapos doon ginagamit yung merong component yung app ng game, doon nila tinatransmit yung data. Hindi halata. Okay. So meron na yon. Okay. So, as I said, we're dealing with China from a hard power tsaka sharp power. Next, when we deconstruct yung sharp power, it can be in the following vectors. One is the use of economic investments to gain political influence. Pogo. Okay. Second is corruption, of course. Basic na yun. Third is use of propaganda. Okay. We are in the middle of propaganda war since April of 2023. What is April 2023? That was a time when President Marcos declared yung 4 EDCA sites. That was also the time na si former Secretary Austin came here, then basically we tried to fix yung alliance. Okay. Immediately after that, start na nung propaganda war. Okay. And still ongoing. Next is subnational engagement. When you say subnational engagement, pag hindi nila makuha yung national government, titirahin tayo sa local. Okay? Titirahin tayo sa local. And what we call that elite cooptation. Okay? Or elite capture. Ang target niyan, either political elite, meaning political leaders, or business elites. Okay? The last one is economic and psychological warfare. Yung nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea can fall under this construct. Yung Scarborough, because food security yung issue natin dyan, that is a form of economic warfare. Okay? Yung nangyayari sa Reed Bank, kasi hindi natin ma-explore dahil nga hinaharas tayo, that is a form of economic warfare. Okay? Just transitioning to yung sa Reed Bank, no? Isang concern natin is yung energy security natin. There is a study made by the University of William and Mary, American University, on aid data. It was a study on Chinese investments on the global scale. Okay? But just focusing on the Philippines. Sa Philippines, starting 2000, early 2000, up to 2019 or 2020, the total Chinese investments sa Pilipinas is around, hindi naman kalakihan, no? 8 billion US. Now, of the 8 billion US, 3 billion, or yung pinaka number one category of investment nila is energy. And it's around 3 billion US. Okay? So, juxtapose nyo yung situation na yon into three areas na problema natin. We lost control of NGCP. Okay? Second, hindi tayo maka-explore sa reed bank for various reasons. Third is, yung investment nila sa energy security is on renewable energy. That means, hindi tayo maka-explore, kontrolado yung grid, then nag-i-invest sila sa ano. So ano ibig sabihin nun? To me, like kami nila Jay at saka ni Herman, ang malisyoso mag-isip. So, ang assumption ko, they're trying to create a vulnerability sa energy sector natin. Okay. That would be my assumption. Okay. So now, I was asked by Minette to focus on the military component. The ideal would be if in an archipelagic defense posture, we need a denial strategy for current times and a cost imposition strategy in case of conflict. Okay? So, when you say denial, that means we have the ability to actually ensure that the China cannot declare victory. Okay? Both at the political, full spectrum na yan, diplomatic, propaganda, military, tsaka economic. Cost imposition one is how do we weaponize the archipelago so that we can exact a cost in case of conflict. Para lang hindi patas lang yung laban. Okay. Now, moving forward, patapos na ako. What we can hope for Congress or HOR is to fiscalize, okay, on the defense and security community. Kasi hindi naman perfect yung sinasalang sa inyo ng mga proposal eh. Okay? And it would be, kumbaga, I think parang kulang naman kung tatanggapin lang niya yun, tapos hindi naman yung tingnan. Kumbaga, you lock, stock, and barrel, okay na sa inyo. You need to also fiscalize. Tingnan rin nyo kung tama yun. Okay? Kasi the organization is not monolithic. Okay? Kung meron kayong paksyon sa HOR because of the way it's done, kasi political yan eh. May paksyon din naman sa defense and security communities. And may nagko-competing interest yan. So it needs a referee, kayo yun. It needs a referee to make sure na yung proposals mag-fit and yung proposals nila, both for budget and other policy proposals, medyo magsisynchronize siya. Okay? Now, Minette mentioned about several laws, no? So I agree with them. We need a foreign interference law. Nasabitan namin kay Jonah, yung sa APC. We need to amend the Anti-Espionage Act, kasi medyo outdated na siya. Now, ito lang, no? When we enacted the Maritime Zones Law, tapos yung Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law, what happened? Immediately, pag anak natin yon, in-increase ng China yung patrol niya within our, basically, malapit na sa territorial waters. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Challenge nila yung Maritime Zones Law. Okay? Kasi basic rule of thumb yan eh. Pag gumawa ka ng batas, dapat may enforcement component yun. Okay? Pag hindi mo ma-enforce yun, laway lang yun. Okay? So dito, nakita nyo, challenge nila yung Maritime Zones Law natin. Okay? So when we look at when we review the modernization of the armed forces, Coast Guard, and other agencies, tingnan nyo rin na nakakabit yan sa Maritime Zones Law at saka sa Archipelagic Sea Lanes Law. ASL, ano yung ginawa nila nung inak natin? Pinasok nila isang surface action group nila, pumasok ng Cebu to Strait, lumabas ng Mindoro. Kasi sabi nila, meron pa kayong ASL law pa kayo ha. Kaya naman dumaan dyan kahit ano eh. Kaya meron kayo o may wala, dadaanan namin yan. Okay? So ibig sabihin, when we enact a law, there must be, may katapat nun, there must be a means to actually enforce the law that we enact. Sorry. Okay. Isa na lang, last yung PSA, Public Service Act. This was enacted just before the previous administration. Binantayan ng grupo namin yun eh. Okay. Meron diyang component yung Section 24 on yung component on security. But based on my interaction with DTI, I think I'm not sure kung tapos na nila yung IR. No? But my point there is, if there is a component there for security vetting of foreign investments, dapat may opisina rin yun na mag-i-implement nun. And when gagawa ka ng opisina ron, it cannot be all DTI personnel. Kasi magiging parang SLEX yan eh. Okay? SLEX yan. Kasi ano bang mandato ng DTI? Push for foreign investments. Paano kung toxic na yung investment na yun? Meaning may palaman. Sino magbabantay nun? So kailangan mo ng toll gate. Okay? That means, yung opisina na yun, hindi lang DTI yun. Dapat may mga security experts ka rin doon. Para may toll gate. Hindi lang siya SLEX. So I end with that. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Rear Admiral Ong, for unmasking China's real intentions and ambitions in the region, and of course how China is trying to divide and rule the country, to influence the country, and of course for the for the legislative recommendations that he mentioned. So at this point, may I call on, to complete our esteemed panel of experts, may I call on Professor Herman Kraft and Attorney J. Batombakal to join us on stage. Okay, so for this afternoon, we shift gears from the structured lecture format of our earlier sessions to a more dynamic, moderated discussion. So I'm sure everyone is excited to hear from our speakers, so I won't take too long with our preliminaries and move on to our questions. So first, on credible deterrence, this question may be answered by ADG Minette Acuña and Rear Admiral Romel Ong. So, ma'am, why is the development of credible national defense capabilities essential to strengthening maritime security? And how does this effort fit within the broader framework of the Philippines' national security strategy in today's increasingly complex regional environment?
Well, thank you for the question. Well, the simple answer there is because through the years, well, actually through the decades, we've seen the security situation in the particularly in the West Philippine Sea. It's really becoming well, not only complex but really intense because of the pressures and ICAD activities. So also to the decades, first we reacted with, this is my own observation, during the Ramos time, we tried economic diplomacy because at the time in the 1990s, parts of Asia was booming economically, and that was also the time when Taiwan, what do you call that, the tiger economies. So economic development was the recognized objective, and so the Philippines and also the Ramos administration didn't want to do anything that might jeopardize that one. So we started with economic diplomacy, economic security pala, no? And then diplomacy to the next succeeding years, and now we're into the deterrence and which is a part of that one is building the military and Coast Guard, even coastal capabilities to safeguard our maritime, the various maritime regimes. So to the question, it's really just we're reacting to the situation.
Thank you, ADG Acuña. Perhaps dear Admiral On can add on to what ADG discussed.
Okay, credible deterrence kasi is a big word and you need to break it down into yung proper metrics. So what we're familiar with when we say credible deterrence is tinitingnan natin yung modernization ng armed forces. Okay. Let us remember, hindi lang defense ang problema ng bayan. Okay. Parang pizza pie yan eh. Sa pizza pie na yan, maraming competing interests. Okay. So education, health, etc. So we need to be mindful of that. Okay, hindi naman porque ibig sabihin focus ka lang sa defense. Having said that, when you look at yung defense, we need to be, again, as I said earlier, you need to fiscalize kayo. When the agencies go to you for yung you need to fiscalize and look at tama ba yung binibigay sa inyo information. Kasi ito yung if we want to go asymmetric, that means we need to look at cheaper, mas murang systems to be ahead of the curve. Kung tatapatan natin siya ng hindi naman tayo ganun kayaman para makipagtapatan ng pera sa pera matatalo tayo nun. So we need to be rational and we need to be intelligent or smart in terms of how do we now posture yung modernization natin. Okay? Nung nasa Navy pa ako noong 2016, ang assessment namin, ang existential threat namin for maritime is yung People's Liberation Army Navy, yung surface force niya. Ang namin doon, hindi kaya ng Navy natin makipagtapatan ship for ship. Okay? Kasi number one, wala tayong industrial capacity para doon. Okay? Kaya makita nyo, one of the components na tinitingnan natin is how do we restore our shipbuilding capability? Okay? When we restore that under yung SRDP o under yung ito yung basic premise na dapat nating Number one, it is private sector led. Hindi pwedeng government kasi government is not efficient in this type of undertaking. Pangalawa, yung private sector must make a profit out of that. Otherwise, bakit pa siya mag-i-invest? Okay, kung palugihan lang ng palugihan lang yan. Pangatlo, you cannot look at the AFP as your only market. So you need to think global. Okay? So the only one that survived yung original SRDP program of Marcos Sr. was yung Arms Corps. Kasi nag-globalize siya ng market niya. Okay? And private sector siya. Wala yung mga retired doon. walang government doon. Purely private sector siya. Kaya efficient. So we need to look at this in those terms. Okay. When you look at asymmetric capabilities, hindi yung dahil mas mahal siya o tapatan nyo kung ano yung weakness niya. Kaya ang inano ng Navy noon was yung if you're familiar, yung BrahMos anti-ship missile system. Kasi yun yung nakita namin, wag na natin silang labanan sa dagat kasi mas marami sila. Dito natin sila titirahin galing sa lupa. Okay. Yung next program na ayaw ni Herman tsaka ni Jay is yung submarine program. Okay. Kasi mahal daw. Okay. Now, nung binuo naman namin yun, ang inisip namin, kasi ang isang submarine, katumbas na lang, sandamukal na barko yun Okay. Kasi it's both a weapon system and a for psychological warfare. Kasi hindi niya alam kung nasaan yung submarine. Okay. So yung battle space effect noon mas malaki compared to isang barko. Tsaka ang tawag namin sa barko noon floating target. Okay. So ngayon bili ng frigate tsaka corvette. Ang tawag ko diyan floating target. Okay? Kasi yung survival niyan in a high conflict scenario, is hindi yan binibilang ng araw, binibilang niya oras lang. Okay? Oras lang ang binibilang dyan. Okay? So, again, we need to be wise in our credible deterrence, and there must be a strategy behind it. Okay? Hindi yung laundry list o wish list. Okay? Kasi yun yung nagdadrive ng natin, parang wish list na nilista yung ano. Okay? Hindi siya wish list. Dapat may strategy behind yung credible deterrence posture mo. Otherwise, wala siyang kinatatayuan on the ground para sustainable siya. Lastly, supply chain. We need to develop yung supply chain sa loob ng Pilipinas, hindi galing abroad. Okay? Kasi pag nagkapit-pitan yan, hindi pwedeng hintay mo pa yung export ng item papuntang galing ibang bansa, papunta sa atin. Dapat nandito na sa loob yun, available. Okay. Yun lang. Thank you.
Okay. Also on the topic on deterrence, so the current administration is characterized by improvement in terms of strategic thinking. So as we can see, we have new concepts. We have the ICAD, we have the CADC, which were discussed by our resource persons this morning. We also have new defense partnerships, and we also, of course, use the arbitral award in our for our maritime security position. However, despite this military modernization, despite these new partnerships, and having a stronger diplomacy, China's tactics remain persistent and adaptive. So at what point should the Philippines reassess whether its deterrence posture is genuinely shifting China's behavior, or whether new or more creative forms of statecraft are needed beyond conventional deterrence models? So discussion can be addressed to any one of the panelists.
I'll speak as a long-time civil servant, and so it's also based on my experience. I think if I will rephrase your question, parang tinatanong niya na effective ba yung deterrence natin, and then kailan ba or parang kailan makaka-effect yung deterrence natin. But it's not a question that can easily be answered. Kasi it's really long-term talaga to eh. Patigasan ito ng puso sa kanang ng dibdib, no? And I think we are constantly assessing yung situation, and we are reacting. Like for example na lang siguro yung deployment nung medium range missile capability or yung Typhoon, no? Baka mas familiar kayo dun sa Typhoon. So that's a product of the reassessment natin ng situation. That's why exercises on the use of the medium-range missile system was included in last year's Balikatan exercises. So like that. Even yung expansion ng EDCA location is a result of reassessing ng situation natin, no, ng Philippines to respond to China's adaptive sinasabi mo adaptive activities. So it's a day-to-day assessment yun, ano. Ano ba? I think pag may naisip pa ako na example, but those are kasi mas alam ng lahat yung EDCA location, and then the EDCA sites. Even yung leveraging alliances and partnerships is also our answer to the changing situation. Of course, we've always been a very friendly country, because and then we value yung democracy natin, so So we work with many with many countries. But now yung complexion ng ating bilateral and multilateral relations with other countries is also changing, no? Like for example, Europe, because of the security problems that Europe has, and also yung issues between certain European countries with China is also forcing many of these European countries to look at China in a different way. So they're also indirectly they're engaging with the Philippines because of shall we say, common concerns, no, in the Asia Pacific.
Thank you, ma'am, for your answer. Ma'am, I take note of you use the word reactive, that we are constantly reassessing our strategies because we are reacting on the situations in the South China Sea. But I would like to relate it to the presentation of Professor Kraft, because he mentioned in his introduction that one of the weaknesses of the Philippine policy is that we are reactive. So, sir, how can we have a proactive strategy?
Tanungin mo si Romel. Actually, what Admiral Ong would say, dapat may theory of victory tayo. Alam natin dapat kung ano yung gusto natin mangyari. And then we work towards that, right? So that means all of our instruments, no, diplomacy, military, no, lahat 'yon gigir natin towards what we think should be the outcome that we're actually interested in. Yun yung proactive na natin. Otherwise, if we're just waiting for, I think Admiral Ong mentioned yung issue ng that China actually has escalation dominance, right? Which basically means that China can dictate the situation. They can dictate when things change, right? When conditions can be shaped into a different, in which case we're just reacting to what they're doing, right? So that's a different thing from what Mineto is actually saying, na parang we're constantly reassessing, right? But ang problema lang kasi sa constantly reassessing, nauunahan nila tayo. Sila yung nagdidikta ng pace ng relationship, no? If this was a race, right? You want somebody, kung sabihin natin distance run nito, no? Usually may kakampi tayo that will pace the run for us, 'di ba? So that hindi masyadong hindi tayo mabilis mapapagod, no? But if you have somebody who's going to dictate the pace, no? And it's a pace that you can't keep up with, right? Then matatalo ka. Right? And yun yung problema ngayon with itong issue ng escalation dominance ng China. They're the ones who can dictate the pace. They can determine kung kailan magbabago yung pace, kung ano yung mangyayari, no? So what we need to do really, no, and yung proactive na, no, it's really us being able to determine and then work towards an outcome, no, that we are actually interested in, right? So, ito yung sinabi ko kanina na parang meron kang strategic stability eh. Yung yung notion ng strategic stability kasi para sa atin, well, normally in the literature you talk about nuclear strategy pero hindi doon yung direksyon natin. Ang direksyon natin is we want to be able to contribute to shaping an environment na kung saan hindi ka magkakaroon ng gera. Ganun lang kasimple yung doon. But that includes things like deterrence, right? Because if you have a deterrent capability, then your potential opponents will think twice about doing anything that will actually conduce to the possibility of a escalation into conflict, di ba? Dapat alam natin ano yung gusto natin mangyari. Yun yung para sa akin na importante, right? Which basically means parang sa hinaba-haba na sinabi ko, parang I'm accusing us of not really knowing where it is that we want to go, what kinds of outcomes we want to actually lead to, and therefore how to get there.
Okay, ma'am.
If I could also add to that, no, that's a very good question, no, and I guess I was your impression to my earlier answer is that we're reacting, which is true naman in some situation, but it's not 100% true, no. Like again, for example, did you know that as early as 20 years ago, an interagency, what is now the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea, pero yung predecessor niya, 20 years ago pa, already was working on the maritime regimes bill and the archipelagic sea lanes bill, but it took 20 years for Congress to pass, no. And then in the other examples, it's almost a combination of maraming factors na nagko-converge yung mga factors. So sometimes it's difficult whether really to say we're reacting or then naisip na natin yan but fast nag-evolve yung regional and global situation. So at some point it seems like we are just reacting.
Okay. Siguro imagine nyo yung in a game of basketball, you need the two teams to be on board do sa court to have a basketball game. Okay? Pag yung isang team doon wala sa court, default yun eh. Okay? Default yun. So essentially, that is yung analogy natin. What we're doing is yung katunggali natin, yung basketball team niya, yung 5, pati yung coach, yung water boy, yung cheering squad, nandun lahat sa court. Naka-deploy lahat sa court. Tayo, pinapadala natin sa court, isang player lang, one at a time. Tapos, hindi pa siya tatagal ng siguro, pahapyaw lang, then balik na naman sa bleacher. Ganun yung analogy, ganun ang ginagawa natin. Okay, kaya hindi tayo seseryosohin kung ganun yung approach natin sa basketball. Naglaro pa tayo. Okay? So if you visualize that, what we need is both a strategy and capability that will allow us to put 5 players on the court and play the full game. Okay? And yung 5 players na yon is an analogy to both yung numbers but also in terms of yung team players noon. Kasi yung team player noon, yung team player 1 mo si diplomat yun eh. Yung team player 2 mo, yun si PCO siguro, yung information specialist mo. Yung third mo, si military. Yung pang-apat mo, si economic. Pang-5 mo siguro, si Herman. Okay? But just the same, you need 5 players doon sa court. Otherwise, matatalo tayo, of course. Okay? So that's the best analogy I can give about both deterrence and the full synergy of yung levels of power mo, yung tools of statecraft mo, diplomacy, information, military, economic, and Herman. Of course, and of course yung sustainability nung paglatag ng mga yan.
Dr. J would like to pitch in.
Hirap dagdagan yung sinabi nila, no? But to put it simply, yung deterrence, panliligaw yun in reverse. So, kung alam niyo nang paano puro pahiwatig at pakiramdam yan eh, in a way, no? Through the actions that you take, you hope that you discourage certain behaviors, no? I think ang issue sa atin kasi, as a smaller nation in this region, we have not really been engaged in such kinds of activities on an international scale. Parang, especially within ASEAN, which we engaged in early on, since the late 60s, despite all of the potential flashpoints between us, no? Ang style natin, we tried to talk and we were able to put set things aside while we engaged our potential adversaries in the region, like our neighbors, no? So we resolved it, no? In the 1990s, when the regional superpower started to make its presence felt, we thought that they would react in the same way. That's why we also engaged China in discussions, talks. We thought that by socializing China in the ASEAN way, they would essentially reciprocate and that everything would go fine. Problema, nga, despite all of those efforts, it turns out we are being played. No? And instead of deterring, we ended up actually, what you call this? Facilitating, yeah. Ended up facilitating. No? Same thing all the way up to last administration. You thought that by being humble or being nice and accommodating, they would reciprocate. They did not. Instead, they wanted more. So yun yung problema doon. In terms of yung sa statecraft and state power, again, having that coordination in different levels among different departments in different venues and arenas, that's something na hindi rin natin ginagawa before talaga, no? Because we didn't need to, especially in the region with our neighbors, no? So, but again, we're faced with an opposite number or a counterpart that does not similarly, does not think similarly, does not react similarly, no? Even communication is a weapon for it. So unlike for us, communication is a way to build bridges. For them, communication just another tool to exercise and show power, diba? So I think that's where we're sort of still learning. So now we're looking at the more traditional Western models of deterrence, no, using power, alliances, etc. And it's still a work in progress. You can see how difficult it is, or perhaps how challenging it is, in the way that we talk about alliances, for example. No? How, especially in popular discourse, I mean, we're the only country that actually undermines our own alliances in public rather than sort of putting stock and faith in it, making it parang leap of faith, no? Look at how differently, for example, Japan talks about the US-Japan alliance, no? Despite all the ups and downs. Same thing before with NATO and the US before Trump 1.0. So yun, doon mo makikita yung difference, yung pinanggalingan kasi natin and what we need to do. Magkaiba talaga. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So from deterrence, we now move to law warfare and international legal strategy. So the 2016 Arbitral Award remains a major legal victory for the Philippines, and in fact, we are celebrating its anniversary next month. Of course, we all know that China continues to dismiss the award. So my question is, what more can the Philippines and ASEAN do to operationalize international law as a form of long-term strategic leverage beyond simply citing the award in diplomatic forums? So perhaps this can best be answered by Professor Jay.
Siguro ano yan So far, yeah, that I think that's a valid criticism that the smaller claimants, ASEAN, it seems that in public it's all talk and no action, no? In a way, it's also consistent with the character of ASEAN, which is largely a forum for discussion and dialogue, and then action hopefully comes later. I think that when it comes to the law of the sea, particularly, ASEAN instinctively knows that it's important to it. No? After all, ASEAN is made of nations that are linked also by maritime linkages, not just land bridges. And the key there is, I guess, number one, the acceptance that in this growing community of 11, 12 nations now, some really are much more invested, much more sensitive, much more directly linked to their maritime interests than others. No? So una yun. And if you look at the map, I showed you earlier, di ba? The ones with really clear maritime interests would tend to be the ones na insular or peninsular. The continental ones, it's understandable why it would not be a priority for them. No? But for the others, malinaw. That's one. Second step is, among those with maritime interests, kailangan ding ma-appreciate ng ASEAN that even those maritime interests are different. No? Philippines, I would argue, would be the one most deeply interested and invested in its maritime components because we're unique as an archipelago. We're smaller than Indonesia, which is the largest archipelago, but we also happen to be, kumbaga, mas more focused, more concentrated. The geographic compactness means that our concern for our seas is even higher than that of Indonesia, which still has room to maneuver, kumbaga. And now, in terms of the geopolitical contests, no, we're first in line in China's maritime expansion. Before China gets to the other ASEAN maritime countries, they first have to go through us. And that's why sa atin nakafocus ang attention nila. In a way, we're holding the line on this. And unfortunately, with respect to the rest of the ASEAN maritime powers, maritime nations, they do not have that urgency because hindi sila tinatamaan. We're the ones absorbing it for them. What they do not see yet, what they have been unable to develop, I guess, is that sense of common interest, really. No? Hindi nila nakita, for example, na pagkatapos tayo, sila naman susunod. Okay? For them, there's still time because they're much further away. Hindi nila nakita kung bakit tayo napaka-agitated anytime happens, say, Scarborough or in the KIG. No, because they're not directly impacted by what happens there. We are. No? Our fish stocks are down. Our fishermen are the one losing livelihoods. Our fish production is the one that takes the hit. Okay. Unfortunately, despite all these decades, no, that sense of unity is still not there. Partly by design, no? Because as you know, ASEAN was originally conceived of as an association where the members do not interfere with each other. I mean, yeah, sure, they will trade. They'll have a common. They all recognize that they should be able to do business peacefully, but they do not have to have the same goals. Do not have to help each other when it comes to issues of political and security challenges, because they might see that, they would see it as a recognition either that one is you're allowing another nation to interfere in your affairs, or two, that you might be giving up some of your sovereignty. No? And this is the stumbling block, because perhaps they all had colonial experiences. They tend to hold on to every shred of sovereignty that they think is there. No? such that this prevents them from actually helping each other, because helping each other also requires you to recognize that you do have common interests and that sometimes you also have to give up some of your fully independent and absolute power. Diba? So until we get to that point, hindi mag-i-improve yung situation. And that's why I guess the first step really is to find out how to move ASEAN from that situation na kanya-kanya muna, no? Kanya-kanya at walang pakialamanan pagdating sa mga issue ng mga ganyan, to actually helping each other, no? Face against a common threat rather, no? And to also perceive that common threat. So yun, siguro. Until you get to that point, all this lawfare, etc., all of these things and efforts about South China Sea arbitration, about UNCLOS, etc., it will not stop. Kasi malinaw naman yung game plan ng kabila. I mean, they want to create their own maritime order in the region, no? And they don't seem to care what we have to say about that or not, as long as we all bow down to them. No? So yun, kailangan pag-usapan talaga yun at pagkasunduan muna before we are able to really do anything much about this slow and incremental changes that the other side is really pushing unilaterally. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Jay. So moving on, I also would like to again mention about the presentation of Professor Kraft, because sir, you mentioned about that increasing PLA, Navy, and Coast Guard presence raises the risk of unintended consequences. So are we adequately prepared diplomatically, legally, and militarily to manage a crisis scenario in the West Philippine Sea that could escalate beyond gray zone conflict? And what should be our red lines?
Hindi na kita estudyante, hindi mo na kailangan na. Mahirap yung red lines eh. Pero, okay, going to the first question, no? Are we ready? Are we, in a sense, prepared to take on a crisis situation, right? I think we're starting to work towards that, but we're not yet there, right? Meaning to say na parang pagka nagkaroon tayo ng krisis sa South China Sea, nagkaroon ng sabihin natin may namatay. I think yun yung pinakaseryosong ano kasi, no? Isa sa mga sundalo natin o kaya isa sa mga shipboard ano natin, personnel natin, no? Somehow namatay siya, no? 'Di ba sabi natin yun yung red line natin eh. Pag may namatay, then that means, no, that's an act of war, no? That's what President Marcos has actually said. But the question is, okay, so pag may nangyaring ganon, anong gagawin natin? Right? So, when you say that it's an act of war, does that mean that yung processes natin towards, no, reacting to an act of war, no, is going to be triggered, so to speak, no? So madami yan, no? Unang-una nasa isip mo, US, no? Pangalawa, no, ano ang NSC, which means the inclusion of the Senate President, no, and the Speaker of the House, no? Usap, no, in order to consult and discuss where to go with this. In order to be able to react very quickly, no, to be able to, ano, dapat ngayon pa lang nag-uusap na eh, di ba? May consultations na that are actually taking place. One of my colleagues, no, was asking me sa department, no, tanong niya sa akin, But hindi natin pinag-uusapan yung mga nangyayari ngayon sa mundo. Right? So, sabi ko, dapat wala magtanong tungkol sa Gaza, tas ako yung maglalabas ng Gaza. No, but Iran, Israel, Gaza, no, Ukraine, right? These are things that are going on that have implications for the Philippines. We're not talking about them. No? Anong pinag-uusapan natin? Impeachment. Right? So in other words, we're still very much looking inward. Right? Not looking at how all of these things that are going on outside, no, might have implications for us. So, going back to the question, I don't think we're ready. Right? As far as yung handa ba tayong sumagot, handa ba tayong i-trigger natin yung mga processes natin, no? Magugulat tayo. I think yun yung isang ano doon, no? And that's what I'm actually concerned about. Otherwise, dapat ngayon pa lang, meron ng consultation that's actually going on, no, amongst the leaders of different, no, branches of government, no, in order to, you know, pave the way for how are we going to, or what are the things that we should be putting into place now in order for, so that when that emergency actually happens, no, kumbaga, medyo nakaano na tayo, nakaamba na tayo. Meron na tayong mga nakahandang mga bagay na pwede natin gawin, no? So I'm not just talking about what is the military going to do or the different agencies, because you're really talking about what the leadership is prepared to do at that particular point in time. And handa ba sila? And like I said, I think medyo hindi.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps Rear Admiral Ong can also share his insights, being a former officer of the Philippine Navy.
Okay, number one, hindi ako makarelate dun sa narrative na takot mamatayan eh. Kasi nung sumumpa, tinasama yung kanang kamay namin noon, kasama na sa payslip yun eh. Okay? That when you take the oath, you get commission, the ethos na pinasukan mo is to put yourself in harm's way to make sure that the rest of the body politic, meaning general public, is insulated. So, wala sa calculation yung takot mamatay dun eh. When I was a commander, part ng calculated risk mo yun. Iba-balance mo. Knowing that when you issue an order to your unit, baka hindi makabalik lahat. Kasama na yun sa framing mo. Okay? So, hindi ako makarelate dun sa takot mamatayan eh. Kasama sa payslip yun. Now, kung iaangat natin sa level ng ano, hindi sa military yung risk aversion. Nandun sa taas ang risk aversion. Okay? Now, pupunta tayo doon sa yung paper ko, minention ni Herman, yung theory of victory. Yung theory of victory is, ang component ng tatlo. Yung national will, meaning yung kabuuan nung ating bansa. Yung moral will to resist or moral will to fight. National will yon. May dalawang component yon. Political will of our leaders, tsaka yung people's will. Okay, yung civil society. Okay. So kung titingnan natin yung mga recent surveys na pinapalabas ng mga ating mga reputable survey firms naman, hindi naman nagbabago, di ba, over the years. 80 to 90% of our Filipino public are saying we assert our sovereign rights in the West Philippine Sea. So nandun sa general public. Okay. Kaso wala tayong survey ng political leaders natin eh. Baka yun, doon natin tingnan. Okay? Nasaan yung risk aversion? Okay? So, now, having said that, parang games theory pa rin yan eh. Yung kakalculate mo kung mananalo ka, matatalo ka eh. All the time may risk yan. So, the objective is now, how do you minimize your risk? Doon sa ano? I-develop mo yung capabilities mo. Doon ka rin pa rin babagsak eh. Okay. Then, you need to create, ano ba tawag doon sa ano? We need to think out of the box. Kasi parang ang nangyari, solusyon natin, ano na eh. Hindi stop moving na eh kasi ay mas malakas yan, mas malaki. Okay. Remember, ang historical DNA ng Pilipino sa warfighting, guerrilla. Okay. Hindi naman tayo lumalaban ng harapan, lumalaban tayo patalikod eh. Di ba? Yun ang ano natin eh. Yun yung hindi tayo European state na kinover ng Napoleonic Wars, yung nakalinya tapos ubusan ng lahi. Di ba? Hindi naman tayo ganun eh. Hindi tayo structured na society, unstructured tayo. Tapos, ang advantage natin sa Amerikano kasi, ang Amerikano process-oriented yan eh. Tayo intuitive. Intuitive tayo eh. Kahit walang data, makaka-form ka ng decision. Okay. Yung Amerikano kasi kailangan step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5 bago yung maka-solve ng QED. Sa atin hindi, isang tingin mo lang, alam mo na yung gagawin mo. Okay? So yun yung natin. And we need to build on those strengths kasi yun yung naturalesa ng Pilipino. Ang problema kasi pag masyado tayo maraming pinag-aralan, nako-confuse tayo eh. Okay. Balikan natin ano yung naturalesa ng Pilipino. Okay. Sorry ah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, my last question for this moderated forum is addressed to Dr. J. So, sir, it's about the whole of government maritime response. So the question is, how can effective interagency coordination and the whole of government approach enhance the Philippines' capacity to anticipate, prevent, and respond to maritime security threats?
A whole of government approach and dalawa yun eh. There's
Interagency.
okay. Sige. Okay. Interagency coordination and the whole of government approach is essential given that the range of maritime threats, the vectors that they're coming from, and the means and methods by which these threats are now emerging, is quite tends to be quite diverse and parang interlocking, no? So, for example, IUU fishing is one good example. IUU fishing, for any person might, when they hear it, they think it's just a fishery enforcement issue. But when you look at the literature of the and the guidance of, say, Interpol and the UN Office of Drugs and Crime, IUU fishing is the perpetrators of IUU fishing are not only found to be engaged in IUU fishing, they're also often linked with organized crime networks that also undertake wildlife crime and pollution and transportation of contraband, smuggling, essentially, no? So they're all linked, essentially. And so if your agencies are unable to see that, then they might still continue to try to look for the wrong thing. Like an agency might be looking for illegal fishers, but actually it's ignoring the smuggling that's going on because it thinks that, oh look, these are just fishermen. No? So that's why a interagency approach is required, interagency coordination is required because one agency might perceive something differently from another. No? I have another example. 2 years ago, fishermen from Zambales, Pangasinan brought us a device, a strange device. It was encased in plastic, in a tube. They found it in the water. It had a circuit board and it had a digital readout screen, 2 numbers. Okay. When I showed the picture to one of the counterparts in the military, he couldn't identify it. Wasn't sure what it was. Wanted us to bring it over for them to basically dismantle, examine, so that they'll find out. Okay. But I wasn't able to do it because nasa fisherman so there wasn't enough time to coordinate anything. But when I showed it to a colleague in the PNP Maritime Group, immediately he said, that's a device for, what's this? It's a device for signaling the location of siguro a parcel or cargo dropped in the water so that it can be retrieved. See? So magkaiba yung kasi yung ano nila. I mean, they're both very competent and all, pero hindi nila kuha agad because it's probably from a different realm of experience. Okay? So if you don't have that ability to, say, share information, for example, if you don't have that interagency cooperation and coordination, then you're missing out a lot on what's going on at sea. Okay? Tapos whole of government, definitely, you need all agencies, especially in the maritime, to be working on this, to be on the same page when it comes to defending the country or securing the seas. Because again, each one has its own concerns, its own silos, its own state of knowledge, its own methods, no? And oftentimes, the perpetrators of these illegal activities or the potential threats know that. And therefore, they design their actions precisely to avoid detection, to avoid being interfered with by those specific agencies that they know are the ones watching or the ones operating in that area. Diba? So unless the agencies actually are able to help each other and approach the sea as one whole team, no, na madaling magbatuhan ng information, madaling mag-hand off ng issue or activity to another based on their capabilities, then the other side, the potential threats will very easily be able to take advantage of these gaps, of these silos and these holes, shall we say, no, in the system. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, for most of the time, what we are seeing is not a whole of government approach, but rather a whole of government approach. Yun yung tinitake advantage talaga ng kabila. No? They find out where the holes are, where the gaps are, and then that's what they exploit. Kaya maraming nakakalusot. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. J. So that concludes our moderated panel discussion this afternoon. I was informed by one of our CBILLS staff that some of our scholars are already excited to ask questions to our resource speakers. So I am now opening the floor for our Q&A. Okay. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, sir, our panelists. I'm Neil Mendoza from the International Relations Service of the Philippine Senate. I addressed this question to Professor Herman Kraft, which, by the way, is also my professor back in UP in one of my undergraduate subjects. Anyway, sir, may we know your take or your view on the, by the way, apart from the Philippines chairmanship of the ASEAN in next year, the Philippines is also running for a non-permanent seat in the UN for terms 2027 until 2028. Sir, may we know your view or your take on the possibility or perhaps effectivity of elevating the discourse on the West Philippine Sea dispute at the UN, considering that if ever the Philippines succeeds in getting that non-permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council, considering that one of its permanent members is China? Thank you, sir.
Professor Kraft.
Thank you for the question. Siyempre, ang unang problema natin, pagka meron tayong sinubukang gawin as far as the West Philippine Sea is concerned and China yung madali niyang i-veto yung whatever it is that we might be cooking kung sakali, no? And then again, the other part of it is wala namang guarantees even if we do get a seat because we still need to negotiate with the other members before anything actually happens. The good thing about having these multiple diplomatic positions, no, is meron kang mga platforms where you can actually lobby, no, and explain your position as far as or why you have these kinds of issues, no, regarding the West Philippine Sea. In fact, arguably, yun yung isang kahinaan natin at this point in time, no. I'm sorry. I'll just sasabihin ko na ito sa inyo ngayon, no? Kasi sanay kami, ang kausap namin, executive. So, pinag-uusapan lagi anong gagawin ng executive, no? So, yung legislature, medyo iba kasi yung magiging, kung kami kausap ninyo, iba yung magiging rekomendasyon namin dapat kung sakasakali. No? Pero, kung babalikan ko yung tanong, no? Multiple platforms allow us multiple ways by which we can actually try to get our message across. One thing that I've actually learned, no, in my conversations with embassy people here, no, parang sinasabi na, okay, kakausapin namin kayo, makukuha namin yung position ninyo, yung ideas ninyo as far as these issues are concerned, babato namin doon sa home office namin, no, so nire-report namin. Ang isang issue daw, walang follow-through from our embassies in those in the ASEAN capitals, for instance. So, ang issue ng mga ang laging binibintang sa atin ng mga ASEAN partners natin, hindi kayo kumukonsulta No, hindi tayo nagpaparamdam sa kanila, no? And we're not making a strong enough case on our position. Whether they will disagree or not, no, at least ang ano natin ay we should be making a strong case, right? To our partners. Yun yung minimum na required sa atin no? But kung hindi natin gagawin yon, then understandable kung bakit nagtataka yung mga partners natin sa ASEAN, bakit natin ginagawa itong mga bagay na ito, no? So basically, I'd say yes, it's a good thing for us to actually have multiple platforms from which we can actually make our argument, no? But manage expectations, right? Lalo na tulad ng sabi mo, kung nasa Security Council tayo, makapasok tayo doon, no? Then if we try to push our agenda on the West Philippine Sea aggressively, andun ang China. Basically, baka walang puntahan yun kung sakasakali, no? So, strategy lang, right? It might not be a good idea that in that kind of platform, makipagbanggaan ka sa kanila, no? So, it means, it goes back to the question of, if you do have those platforms, what do you want to use them for? Ano yung outcome na gusto mong mangyari kung sakasakali na meron ka mga ganong klaseng mga oportunidad. No.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kraft. Just a reminder for our Facebook and Zoom participants, you may submit your questions through the comment section or chat box, while our online site participants may send theirs via the Google form or simply raise your hand to ask your questions live. So,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Lucia Facultad from the Senate LBRMO. Actually, I have two questions. Number one is it permissible to circulate the Philippine map submitted as evidence to the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague? And how does this map differ from the current publicly available maritime maps or charts? And, okay.
Yeah.
Any
Which
I think-
teka muna, which map?
I believe po we submitted a map to the PCA.
Yes, but which one? Because
Philippine map po.
there were many Philippine
The
maps
maps
submitted to the PSA.
that was submitted is owned by a private individual.
Okay, okay, let's be clear lang. As a general rule, under international law, a map per se is not evidence either way because, especially ancient maps, they tend to be self-serving and they also tend to be not official. No? So especially if you're talking about, I assume you're talking about the Murillo Velarde map, for example,
I think so.
1734.
Yes.
Aside from the fact that it's inaccurate because it's not scientifically made, no? Courts tend to not give much weight to maps unless they are official publications of states, the states themselves indicating a particular legal position. Okay, that is more or less the case with respect to more recent ones, no? Especially since all states now, or most states now practically, have their own official map-making offices, like ours, it's NAMRIA. Okay? So there is a clear understanding that these being official government publications, they are published in accordance with official government positions. No? That's not the case with respect to ancient maps.
Okay.
Okay?
But
So they do not themselves, they do not themselves constitute evidence of any position.
is that also the reason why the court ignored the map that was submitted by the Chinese government pertaining to the 9-dash line?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Okay.
And-
So a mere map is not evidence. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And number 2 question is, what are the possible long-term consequences or benefits that the Philippines may derive from the 2016 PCA ruling under UNCLOS in The Hague? Thank you.
Of course, the benefits of the PCA ruling are simply that the ruling of the tribunal clearly establishes, number one, who is right and who is wrong in their interpretation of international law. China's position was that they could claim historic rights to this entire area. The tribunal said no. Okay, you cannot. The Philippines argued that it was fully entitled to its rights under UNCLOS, to which China is the signatory. The tribunal said, right, that's correct. Okay? So between the two positions, then it is clear who is right under international law, who has the legal right, who is legally entitled to all of the resources within the EEZ, particularly, no? And the continental shelf. No? And that's a very large area for us. Okay? That's about, I think, about 1 million square kilometers. And that's actually the more important area, especially when it comes to fisheries and petroleum and minerals, because the more area you have, the more likelihood that you will find these types of resources. It's not really necessarily just the islands themselves, because the islands have a very small area. No? It's really the much larger maritime space that we have always really been concerned about. Also, within that much larger area, you have all the fisheries and ecosystems, like coral ecosystems, which are habitats that allow for the regeneration of these living resources. So that's why that has always been the target, the intention of the case that the Philippines brought before the tribunal. Okay, and we won. And that's why now you see more and more countries speaking up in favor of the Philippines whenever there's an incident in the West Philippine Sea. Despite what some people, like this particular columnist who shall not be named and that blogger who shall not be named, despite what they say, no, it's contradicted by the official actions and positions of other countries. Just today, we now have news of a kind of freedom navigation operation by the UK and Australians in that area. So it's no longer just the US that is undertaking these types of activities in that area. No? So that actually aligns with our position, no? That these areas, especially the EEZ continental shelf, these are not exclusive properties of China. They're not subject to any claims of China any more than what international law allows. So that strengthens our position, no? And further undermines China's claims. And they will never get legitimacy for their excessive claims. And because of that, our rights legally are protected. And it's up to us now to ensure that we are going to be left not only with just legal rights on paper, but that we will also have the real rights to the resources through access and use and regulation. No? So yun yung value ng arbitration. It sets that stage. No? There are people who keep on harping about there being no enforcement mechanism, there being no. That's a given. No? But what they don't realize is that the international community works differently. States are all sovereign, are all equal in that they're all sovereign, and there can be no entity that can force a state to do something that it does not want to do. Okay? It has always been the case that states comply with international law not because they're being forced by any particular entity, but rather because they realize that it is also in their interest to comply with international law. They are able to gain more by being a good member, an upstanding citizen of the international community rather than some power-mad rogue or bully. No? And we're seeing that actually now. We've seen that already in the post-war period. That's how the United States became a global power. No? By trying to present itself as a promoter of law and community and trying to present itself as a model, no, of being a good citizen. We're also seeing the apparent decline of the US in that sense na by becoming more of the bully, more of the non-cooperative member and the unilateralist, no, they're losing that prestige, they're losing that level of respect from all the other members of the international community. So they're actually making it more difficult for themselves to protect and pursue their interest also. See? So that's really how it works. International tribunal judgments are simply a mechanism to give that guidance on who is right or who is wrong. It's then up to the states to realize, no, that it is far better for them to be on the side of the right rather than on the wrong. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir, and thank you to our two scholars from the Senate. Okay, the lady at the back.
Good afternoon to the panel. My name is,
Sorry.
my name is Joshua Elijah from the Senate as well. My question is more operational. Aside from modernizing the capabilities of our armed forces and their equipment, it's also crucial to examine the force structure of our armed forces. A bill was introduced in the 18th Congress proposing the establishment of the Marine Corps as an independent and autonomous branch of our armed forces. A consideration particularly relevant given the archipelagic nature of our country and the geostrategic challenges we're facing in the West Philippine Sea. I'd like to hear the thoughts of Admiral Ong and ADG Acuna. Is there wide support for this policy proposal in our national security apparatus?
I'm sorry, I'm not very knowledgeable on that issue. So sorry, but
Sige, ako na lang. Okay, I sit as a board of advisors sa Marine Corps, no? And the Marine Corps kasi, the core competency of the Marine Corps is yung Yan yung pambasag natin ng ano eh, ng kalaban eh. Okay? Now, ang mini-maintain natin balance dito is yung, if you're familiar with the concept of teeth to tail ratio. Okay? Yung teeth to tail ratio yung binabantayan natin. Now, historically, the Marine Corps is part of the Navy. Okay? Or currently, still part of the Navy. Now, the advantage of that setup is the Navy provides the tail. Much of the tail requirements ng Marine Corps. That means, mas marami yung resources ng Marine Corps nakafocus sa operations. But if you separate that, they need to put up yung supporting capabilities para sila self-sustaining. That means lalaki yung tail. Okay? Lalaki yung tail niya. So yun yung binabalance out natin na trade-offs if you separate it as a separate branch of service. Now, right now, naka-KBU naman siya eh. Separate key budgetary unit siya. That means, yung budget, yung GAA, diretso na sa kanya eh. Unlike before, dadaan sa Navy. Then makikipag-compete siya doon sa other units ng Philippine Navy. So right now, KBU siya. So hindi na siya magko-compete in terms of resources. Pero even as KBU, sitting as part of the advisory board, nakita na natin kasi napipilitan siya, they need to put up their own finance center. They need to put up their own support system. So that means they're recruiting more people for non-combat duties. So finite yung total strength niya eh. Hindi naman yan ini-increase yung staffing summary niya, hindi naman ini-increase ng DBM yan eh. So that means, let's say you have 100 people, if they go separate, that means 30 na lang yung combatant nun. Example lang maaaring 30 yung combatant niya, 70 are support. Right now, yung previous niya, kaya niyang gawin na let's say 60-70 is combatant, 30 lang yung support. Okay. So, yun yung magbabago, yung teeth-to-tail ratio pag sineparate mo. Now, ang question is that what you want for your Marine Corps na capability? Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is another participant from the Senate? Okay, the next one should be from the House of Representatives.
Good afternoon, sirs and ma'am. I'm Shari Ann Torres. I'm with the Philippine Senate, and disclosure, I used to be a journalist covering you, sirs and ma'am. For decades, we have been seeing journalists covering the issue of the West Philippine Sea, the Spratlys, and still, when surveys come or public opinions are revealed, there are still a number of Filipinos with half-hearted position about the issue. What do you think is the missing point, if there is any, that journalists are failing to present to the public, and related to this, to our incoming policymakers? What should be, for you, are the needed new or additional policies that they must consider to strengthen at least the interest, the acceptance of the Filipino people in supporting our bid, our fight in the West Philippine Sea? Thank you, sirs.
Ma'am, may I know to whom would you like to address your question?
Sir, ma'am, sorry. This question is addressed to Dr. J, to Professor Kraft.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Hello. Yeah, I think, well, I often say I've been doing this for like 28 years na. So, the very first article I came out in public on this was actually jointly written by me and former Chief Justice Sereno and one of the RAs in IILS. No? I mean, And so I've seen this evolve over that span of time. First of all, the big challenge has always been understanding the difference between the sea and the land and how things are done in the sea and on the land. No? Hindi mo yun makikita unless you actually go there and actually feel the challenges. You don't understand why it's so hard to keep these other nations out of the KIG unless you actually go there, no? and wonder, no? Especially if you're there one night looking at the blackness, literally blackness, all around you. And so that's the only time you realize how difficult it is to actually surveil that area, to guard it, no? Unless you're there 24/7 on a fixed spot, no? And this was during that time. So that's one. A second is, it's bad enough that the far seas are rather opaque to people living on the land, no? What makes it even more difficult is the complexity of the legal regimes that are applicable, UNCLOS being the example there, and international law. People just don't understand that law operates differently when it comes to the international community. Law is different between nations. No? And most people just expect that law operates as they see it on the ground. Like there's an RTCCA Supreme Court, or that there are police, there are sheriff, etc., and that people can be forced to follow laws and rules by some authority. No? It's completely different in the international community. So it's because of these differences and the lack of understanding of those differences by an ordinary person that even if you have the best journalist, even if you have the best writer, hindi pa rin yun magigets agad, no? Ng mga tao. Just the very thought of us having an EEZ, no? And the resources there being pertaining to us, it's taken that long, 28 years, for it to actually capture the public imagination. And even then, medyo hindi pa rin ganun precise yung understanding nila. But it's certainly a lot better than in 1995 when people were simply asking, what is this EEZ? Why should we care about these huts in the middle of the sea? No? Mga ganon. So I don't think, I think it's just a matter of really continuing that process, long process of educating and familiarizing the public and increasing public awareness. Since it's rather organic and there's no single source of information, unlike in that country that shall not be named, where they can control how you think, can control how you make decisions, no? We're a democratic nation after all, we're an open society. That creates a different challenge for us. So we have to do it a little bit longer, we have to be a little bit more diligent and direct, no? In doing that, no? I don't think it's because the public does not support the country's position and claims. If you look at surveys that have consistently asked the question of whether or not our people support, no, claims in the West Philippine Sea, support efforts to create alliances and friendships to help us in defending these claims, I think it's pretty consistent naman that it's always been increasing, especially under the previous administration. It went high up from around 70s. By then, it was well beyond high 80s na. And I think umabot na ng 90s. No? So, I think pagdating dun sa pag-support, nandun yun eh. In the same way na hindi naman sa hindi takot mamatay eh. No? It's not that eh. I think what is problematic, however, is even though gusto nila yon, even though they support it, they also seem to think that things change easily. No? That once you get this judgment, the other side will follow. Or when you fight for your rights in the West Philippine Sea, all you need to do is one thing, and then that's it, panalo na. Tapos na ang boxing. Again, it's not that simple, no? Because this is a totally different level of interaction, no? Competition between states. It's also a totally different arena, no? So we have to keep at it. We have to keep on it longer. No? We have to have clear eyes on target and not waver on it for an even longer time, because there are no instant solutions to this. It will not be solved overnight. We cannot expect a simple surrender or abdication on the part of either party, really. No? So we have to continue. No? And it's going to be a long and difficult road talaga. No? In the same way that gaining independence and sovereignty was long and difficult, gaining recognition of your rights as a state is also going to be long and difficult. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. J. And thank you to the 4 participants from the Philippine Senate who asked questions. How about from the bigger house? Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Okay.
Ito na po representing the bigger house. I'm Ellie po from CPBRD. I'm just not sure po kung confused lang ako. Sabi nyo kanina, we should not only be winning yung ating legal rights, but we should be able to exercise those rights. So napaisip po ako whether is working with China still on the table, such as yung before na joint extraction, mobilization, or kung ano man, and how will that play out, if at all, we should be considering that option?
Ma'am, do you have a specific resource person? Okay. I think Dr. J.
Sorry, just found out I have a meeting at 4 o'clock.
Ma'am, can you repeat your question, please? Thank you.
Pasensya na po kung magulo. Sabi niyo po kanina, we should not only win our legal rights, but we should also be able to exercise them.
Yeah.
And realistically, mukhang malabo po, diba? Since medyo David Goliath to, and we cannot do a head-on collision with China. And so yung question ko po is whether we should, as the government, consider still working with them, such as previously when we tried to work with them through joint research, joint extraction, and other such efforts. And if at all that should be considered, how do you imagine that playing out, and whether meron ba tayong wins sa ganong klaseng scenario?
The only way, in this situation with the international community, the only way really to gain peaceful and stable relations is if everybody agrees. No? That means at some point there really needs to be some way of working with these other nations. Need to get past those differences and agree to conduct relations in a way that's fair to both. No? At the current time, it seems to be very difficult to imagine that situation, especially given how the other side is posturing. And since you're talking about the PRC, the Communist Party, who does not like a situation where they might be seen as weakening, etc. No? But really, that's the only way to go in the future, since we can't force them. And also, they also know that a forced peace will never be stable. So, kaya nga it's a long game, it's patagalan talaga. And we have to endure. We have no other choice. Otherwise, we might as well just abdicate and surrender. Kung ganun.
Okay. Yes, we have another question from the back.
Magandang hapon po.
Okay, Ma'am Odette.
Committee Secretary Maria Lourdes Mendoza, Odette po. Committee on Poverty Alleviation, para alam niyo lang kung saan ako nanggagaling. Nabanggit po kanina na one of the things that we can concretely do is to have greater involvement of stakeholders. I cannot ignore the fact that fisher folks, being the poorest sector in this country, they are directly impacted by what's happening. Ano pong klaseng stakeholder involvement ang pwede nating asahan mula sa ating mangingisda? Salamat po.
Ma'am Minette, would you like to answer the question?
Thank you. Siguro I'll relate one story, no? And then tie it up with the other questions. Yeah, that's true, no? Yung fisher folk, yung fishing community natin is one of the poorest. But there are good stories coming out of that. And personally, I wish yung media din natin would cover that, no? Siguro nga, one challenge is when Professor Jay was saying na yung the challenge of traveling in the West Philippine Sea constraints media from reporting more about the issue. The fact that it's from Pari to Holo, no? Yung ating coastal communities are all over. Then I think there's also the challenge of traveling to these provinces and then getting the good story. The Philippines, we have a long history. We are credible. We have may credibility tayo and reputation for marine environment protection, no? I think we should continue to report on that. Like yung giant clams is product ng UP MSI yan, no? Bantay Dagat is a local initiative. Ano pa ba? And then there's also a group of NGO working with women in the fishing community for their it's both livelihood and also awareness raising on the issue of the problems of fishing communities.
Okay. Our last question is from our online participant. Given that there have been pending bills that seek to relax the Philippine cabotage by allowing foreign vessels to transport cargo within domestic routes, what precautionary measures should be implemented to balance the potential economic benefits with the need to protect maritime security? At what thresholds or warning signs should the government pause or reconsider further liberalization to prevent long-term strategic or economic harm? May I address this? Sir, would you like to? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, let me apologize because I have to leave. I forgot to have a meeting at Makati Golf. Anyway, to answer the question, the issue of cabotage has been there for quite a long time. It's a question of, it's about balancing the interests of the domestic maritime industry and their ability to keep on operating and servicing the country, and at the same time also addressing the needs of the people, especially businesses and traders, for lower transportation rates. Cabotage also serves as a means for the state to ensure that in the worst case scenarios, it can take control of all ships flying its flag and essentially requisition them to protect the country, in the worst case scenario. On the other hand, the needs of an archipelagic country for lower rates in maritime transportation are pretty obvious. Okay, so there's already been an attempt to try to loosen or liberalize the cabotage. Diba? I listed it earlier in one of the laws for maritime transportation. It's the one that allows foreign ships to also offload cargoes in between ports, no? But the push is for total abolition of cabotage. The problem there is, if you do that, definitely the option of the state to requisition vessels in cases of national emergency will also be reduced, heavily reduced. No? So it's not that simple. If the concern is for maintaining security, then I think the methods and technologies are there, and other states have demonstrated the ability to use that. It's all about making sure you have the correct procedures and means to track what's going on in the vessel and know the cargoes being transported and record all of them as they go through your ports, no? So if there's a will, there's a way. Pagdating dito, no? It's about securing the operations of ships and ports in the end, no? One problem we have there, however, is that, you know, based on our experience as well, we tend to privatize ports or spin them off and decentralize them. So that sort of contradicts, you know, the effort to try to secure them by increasing the controls. Probably the solution there is to establish standards and to provide for means by which all the ports can be held to account for that and to ensure yung security nung cargoes and ships that call at Philippine ports, no? And so siguro ganun lang, no? But I would defer to those in the industry to give us that kind of parang information and show us the way how they can secure operations and cargoes and ships without undermining national interests in the course of doing so. Okay? Sige. Thank you. And so, again, sorry, I have to really literally
Thank you so
run.
much,
Sige.
Dr. J. Okay, and that concludes our open forum this afternoon. Thank you very much to our scholars for your thoughtful questions and to our panelists for their rich and insightful responses. We've explored a wide range of themes and challenges, and we hope that today's exchange has deepened our collective understanding and appreciation of the complex issues surrounding our maritime security. Before we officially close this session, we would like to invite, we're not yet done, sir. We would like to invite our speakers for a very short closing remarks. So this can be in a form of policy advocacy or a closing thoughts on the possible ways forward in securing our maritime domain. Let's start with Professor Kraft.
Actually, my point was the one that I was saying earlier on, that we're used to talking to the executive. So we give recommendations on what the executive should do. Iba kasi yun sa legislature, no? I think with the legislature, one of the things that I'd actually push forward, no, is seryosohin ninyo yung oversight function ng legislature, especially when it comes to budgets and kasi ang my sense is that that's the most important, short of talking about laws, right, being legislated, no. The most obvious way by which the legislature can participate in these kinds of conversations really through the oversight functions, no, of the legislature. Kaya ako, para sa akin, seryosohin ninyo yung function na yun. Don't let the executive get away with, you know, the claims that they're actually making, no. Although that probably means that there's a need for the legislature, both houses, no, to develop some form of in-house research database capability, no, so that pagka may sinabi sa executive, kaya ninyong ito yung information na meron kami, no, parang so yun lang yung gusto ko sanang itulak, no, as far as yung point 9 is concerned.
Thank you, sir. Rear Admiral Ong.
So Herman focuses on oversight. Sa akin naman is critical collaboration between the executive and legislative. I think yun yung kailangan nyo. Not both sides have their own strengths, both sides have their own weaknesses, so you need to build on each other's strength para we can come up with the appropriate laws or policies na talagang kailangan. Kanina it was mentioned about yung fisher folks, no? I think the question there is what not the fisher folks can do for us. It's what can we do for them. Okay? Kasi yung na-encounter ko na mga fisher folks sa Zambales, okay, makikita mo sa mukha nila yung determination nila mangisda despite the fact na iwa-water cannon sila, they will go there. Kasama sa risk assessment nila yun. Second, they're dealing with parang wicked problem. Yung wicked problem ng Zambales is ganito. Fisher folks natin needs the support of yung local But ang competing industry sa Zambales is mining. And ang mining doon papuntang China. So nakita niyo yung parang wicked problem doon na And obviously, without malice, if I am the municipal leader, ang titingnan ko saan yung income ko. Obviously, between mining and fishing, mining. Okay, so yun yung mga wicked problem that we deal with that hindi ko alam kung ano yung policy solution o legal solution doon but at the end of the day, ang dihado na yung fisher folks natin sa dagat, dihado pa sa lupa. Okay. So yun lang. Thank you.
Yes, three things lang, no. Thank you so much for the question. I will consider them as because you asked them. So these are your concerns, and so I will consider them as feedback. So I think we should have additional conversation about these issues. Okay. And then, secondly, both the executive and legislative branches have the obligation to help strengthen yung all our instruments of national power. So we should help each other by, say, oversight and then critical collaboration. Jay also put out slides on lahat ng aspects of maritime governance. So marami pa tayong pwedeng gawin. And then the next one, I hope that whatever takeaways you have from this forum, you consider that in your job in say reviewing the budget proposals of the departments, and then put on your security or yung strategic interest hat when you're looking at the budget proposals. And then lastly, just to reiterate yung recommendations for law is on the blue economy, revision of the Anti-Espionage Act, and then on the Philippine Coast Guard. And then one lang, isa pa lang last, no? As we've all said, this is a long-term generational problem. Perhaps Senate and Congress can also consider creating your own subject matter experts on the maritime security, no? Para hindi lang nasa executive or in the academe. That means we could raise awareness kasi mas marami tayo, saka mas madali na yung advocating for our strategic interests in the Philippine Maritime domain. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our esteemed experts, Professor Kraft, Rear Admiral Ong, and ADG Acuna. So today's discussion, of course, I would also like to recognize our all of you, our CBILLS scholars, for your active participation throughout today's sessions. We have one final lecture left, and having moderated the first two sessions, I have to say I am genuinely impressed by your enthusiasm and eagerness to learn. I believe that we are all walking away a little sharper, more grounded, and hopefully a lot more strategic in our thinking. So let's give, once again, our speakers a round of applause. Okay. Thank you, everyone. And with that, I turn you back to our host, Ms. Shane.
Okay, thank you, Committee Secretary Villasante, for expertly steering today's discussion. It's always a pleasure to have you as a moderator, always insightful, composed, and always keeping the energy up. Of course, thank you as well to our panel discussants and our resource speakers. What a very enriching two back-to-back sessions. So we began with our panel discussion and we proceeded right away with our open forum. So at this point, since it's two back-to-back sessions, we will have a 5-minute health break before we continue. So we will see you all after 5 minutes, okay? Question, what part of today's lecture would you post as a quote or message? So we did this last time, and I think some of you have already sent in your key takeaways, so keep them coming. So right now we have, we are seeing your responses. So someone said the harmonization with UNCLOS. Okay, so there's also a scholar that said, be aware, assertive, and responsible in protecting sovereignty. Very important. A lot of you mentioned about credible deterrence. That's actually one of the most, the buzzwords of today's event. Okay, someone also mentioned about the West Philippine Sea. That's a very big issue when we talk about maritime security. Okay, so there's also, someone also mentioned about strengthening defense in our maritime domain. And, okay, someone also said, it's very important, ask not what the fisher folk can do for us, but how we can also help them. So, greater stakeholder engagement, not just with the government and the private sector level, but definitely at the grassroots level. So, very important as well. Okay. So there, thank you very much. Thank you very much for sending in your key takeaways. I'm sure we'll do this again in our next lecture. Okay, so we are almost at the end of our program. To give her synthesis is very important, as in our conclusion, we'd like to call on, once again, Committee Secretary Jonalyn Villasante.
So thank you, Shane. Hello again, everyone. So allow me to begin my synthesis with a perspective drawn from history. More than a century ago, in 1902, General Arthur MacArthur, the father of General Douglas MacArthur, described the Philippines before the U.S. Senate investigation on the situation of the Philippines at that time as the stepping stone to commanding influence, political, commercial, and military supremacy in the East. Over a century later, U.S. President Donald Trump echoed the same perspective, calling the Philippines the most strategic location in the world and the most prime real estate from the military standpoint. So if foreign powers have long recognized our archipelago's value, shouldn't we, more than anyone else, be the first to secure our maritime domain? To frame today's insights, allow me to borrow a line from two-time U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. There are known knowns, things we know, we know. There are known unknowns, things we know, we do not know. And there are also unknown unknowns, things we don't know, we don't know. So let's apply that lens to what we have learned today. For the known knowns, these are the realities we are fully aware of. The strategic importance of the Philippine Maritime Domain is not up for debate. We know, as our resource speakers mentioned, our waters are rich in resources, pivotal in trade and shipping, and crucial to national defense. We also know our sovereignty and sovereign rights are being violated. Again, as mentioned by one of our speakers, China's coercive activities, including its gray zone operations in the West Philippine Sea, are a clear and present danger. We know our legal foundation is solid, from UNCLOS to the 2016 arbitral award to our domestic laws, maritime zones, and the ASL laws being the latest laws that aim to secure our maritime domain. The Philippines is standing on a firm legal ground. We know that credible deterrence is necessary, as mentioned by ADG Acuña, building modern defense capabilities, whether through AFP, PSG, EDCA, or enhanced interagency efforts, is no longer optional but imperative. Rear Admiral Ong also mentioned, and we know that China's intentions and ambitions are now out in the open. He also mentioned about the different warfares that we are being subjected to by China. For the known unknowns, these are the things we know we have yet to fully understand. How far China is willing to go. While we can track their patterns, intentions remain opaque. Will they escalate, stay in the gray zone, or eventually shift tactics? Can our current deterrence efforts actually deter? As one question earlier asks, even as we've enhanced our defense posture, China has not stepped back. The efficacy of our strategies are not yet fully tested. How can we build enduring domestic consensus, as asked by one of the participants from the Senate? While public opinion supports defending the West Philippine Sea, sustaining this consensus again across administrations and beyond headlines remains a challenge. How do we harmonize overlapping jurisdictions in the maritime domain, especially with the complexity of the Bangsamoro regional waters and traditional fishing zones as discussed by Professor J. Batong Bakal? The law is clear, but implementation remains fragmented. And for the unknown unknowns, these are our blind spots. The unpredictable variables that defy forecasting. We have new maritime threats, from cyber attacks on naval assets to hybrid operations, targeting offshore energy infrastructure. These are emerging, and we may not yet be equipped to detect or respond. We have also shifting global alignments, which may catch us unprepared. What happens if the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific changes drastically in the next 5 or 10 years. We also cannot fully anticipate how leadership changes, political upheavals, or global black swan events might dramatically reshape the regional strategic landscape. Given all these complexities, where do we go from here? To our audience of political and legislative staff, we are, kasama pala ako, on the front lines of a different kind of warfare, a war of influence, a war for truth, sovereignty, and national dignity. Let us take note of the legislative recommendations of our resource persons. The passage of the Blue Economy Bill and also the Foreign Interference Bill and the PCG modernization, the fiscalization of the security and defense sectors, and also amending the public service section of the public During the panel discussion, we also hear the final words of our resource persons who reminded us that we need to strengthen our oversight function, critical collaboration, strengthen all instruments of our national power, and create subject matter experts in the legislative. So marami po tayong gagawin sa 20th Congress. So let us continue this fight not only on the waters, but also in the halls of Congress, where enduring policy is made. So thank you. I hope you learned a lot from today's discussions at mabuhay po tayong mga naglilingkod sa bayan.
Secretary Villasante for your synthesis of today's lecture. What a truly enriching afternoon it has been, thanks to our distinguished speakers and of course our moderator. And with that, on behalf of the Development Academy of the Philippines, we'd like to present a token of appreciation to our distinguished guests. I would like to call them on stage. But first, may I call as well on stage Center for Governance Vice President Imelda Caluen, Policy Research Office Director Gilbert Lumantao, and CBILLS Program Manager Maria Zarina Crisha de Leon to present our tokens. Yes, up here on stage, yes. Okay, so first, may I call on Assistant Director General Maria Carmina Acuña. Then we have retired Rear Admiral Romel Judong. And of course, our moderator, Committee Secretary Jonalyn Villasante. Thank you once again to our resource persons for this lecture. Thanks to them, it has been a very insightful morning and afternoon. And just like that, we wrap the second lecture of the 2025 CBILLS Thursday Talk series. That concludes today's lecture. This is Shane Bilaro, your host, signing off for now. Thank you.